to work with both sides and not being like extreme progressive and not trying to be like extremely pro left. I think it's pretty positive for kind of like cooling down the political discourse in the country without constantly demonizing the other side. And then we can get more specific if you want any of those comments.
Okay, I don't necessarily know that he's tried to cool anything down. I think he's just mostly not done anything, and that has done enough because the last couple presidents have been very bad at just ramping up tensions in the country.
Sorry, what do you mean not done anything? He's had some major legislative accomplishments.
No, I'm talking about from the sense of tensions.
Okay.
I was focusing on that one first, but
I feel like when I speak about him like cooling things down, so I think that like the statements of like I'm not the president for the Democrats, I'm the president for all of the United States. I think his constantly trying to get like Republicans on board with legislation he's trying to pass, I think is better than just saying like we're going to do what we can with 50, we're going to do what we can through budget reconciliation, we're going to do what we can in the Senate with 51 votes, like et cetera, et cetera. I think trying to bring Republicans to the table to negotiate on stuff is something that I find admirable. But
I don't know of any real secessions that he's secessions that he's made to Republicans at all. Like,
the infrastructure bill was voted on by there were like 16 like Senate Republicans that joined the Democrats on that bill. Pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty big infrastructure bill.
I hate all of those Republicans. So.
Well, aren't you guys? You call them all rhinos.
No. They're actually Republicans. I'm just a libertarian. Like, big L libertarian. Okay. They're all off. Both sides.
Okay.
But, no, everything about that infrastructure bill was just awful. The way they increased the IRS was insane.
What an awesome idea. How could you be against the increase in the IRS?
It's the IRS. It's an awful system.
It's one of the only things that actually makes money in our government. We need more IRS agents.
By taxing citizens and taking money from them.
That's how governments work. Yeah, you have to tax them.
They're never going to decrease taxes in any meaningful way ever.
That's not what the IRS's job is. The problem with the IRS as it existed prior to that bill was that there are billions of dollars out there. Millions are out, but they don't even go after it. I think expanding the IRS is one of the only like revenue positive things where when you throw more money at it, it makes more money for the government. I feel like of all the agencies we're talking about in the U.S. government, it's funny to the IRS.
So here's my question: why didn't the Democrats, despite all of their rhetoric about not wanting to go after Americans under $400,000, reject the capital?
What was that amendment?
The capital amendment said that any of the new funding going towards those 87,000 new IRS agents would be not used to go onto Americans with an income of less than $400,000 a year. It was proposed by Republicans, named after one of them, and it was voted down on party lines by Democrats.
I would have to see the specific language of the bill, but I don't know why you would exclude Americans earning less than $400K from the IRS.
That was the main talking point the Democrats used to try and get the bill of Republicans.
Okay.
And they voted against it on their own practice. It was straight up just a lie across the board.
I wish I knew the specific language of the bill. I know that, for instance, like when you are doing audits, I know that the Republicans have required that people qualifying for the EITC, I think, have to be audited at a certain percentage. It's like 5% of like EITC earners have to be audited, which is actually a huge waste of IRS resources. So, but I would have to see the specific language of the bill. But I don't know why you would hire new IRS agents and like give their ability to go after certain types of income. Like I know that.
Again, no, I would actually agree with you on that sense. It makes no sense to add the IRS agents and not do that. But at the same time, that was the primary rhetoric behind getting the bill's public support, was saying that they would not go after Americans under 400,000. So everything they said about getting support for that infrastructure bill was straight up a lie, and it's a proven.
I would have to see the exact statements made, because I know a lot of statements get, rung around in terms of like what people say they said and what was actually good, and I have to see the exact amendment, but I don't know the language of that bill in front of me, unfortunately. But
I mean that's fair.
But I mean, like even regardless, if that was a primary selling point, I would have said, oh well, that's kind of dumb. That shouldn't be the primary selling point. But I'm still like policy-wise in favor of expanding the IRS, and that means being able to go after more tax revenue. Not that we can't right now, fundamental.
And again, one of my big issues is that people basically government uses excuses constantly to put things temporarily in place to then permanently jack up. So a good example of this would be income tax. It was started during World War I as a temporary measure only for the richest people. It was only to now every single person in the middle class has to deal with an insane amount of federal increases. And this is a huge problem that has specific pricing to jack up to then jack up later federal laws that just never ever go away. I mean, the FDR's New Deal is a good example of this. A lot of those programs that were designed specifically for the Depression are still around today, despite not really providing the same benefit that they did then.
That might be the case, but I'm not here to argue in favor of like should permanent programs that now or that came about 100 years ago should or shouldn't be in place anymore. Like there's a specific program we're going to talk about. I can talk about whether or not I defend or not defend a particular program, but we should get rid of income tax until the federal government functions in the way that it does right now.
Well, no, that's why we should get rid of most of the federal government.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody that's in favor of getting rid of most of the federal government.
You could start with the FBI, the ATF, and Federal Reserve.
So how do we investigate federal crimes with no FBI?
There are. I think honestly, in a real sense, it would be a better system to get rid of all of the auxiliary investigatory agencies like the ATF, the DEA, and ICE, and then combine them into a simplified agency that covers everything and on a much more limited scale. But
well, I mean,
that would be the initial way to do it, because the current system of the FBI is horrible. The program,
horrible how? In what ways?
The FBI was initially designed to go after political dissidents.
Okay, don't care about initially. The libertarian argument is like, well, 100 years ago it was like this. That's
no.
The world has changed.
The problem is it hasn't changed. They still do this today.
What is the issue? Like, the FBI is a horrible or terrible organization. What is like the big change you want to see in the FBI?
I would like to see all of the high-level positions basically taken out. I would like them to be not a executive agency responsible to the president. I would like to see them be responsible probably to Congress directly.
Responsible to Congress directly. Why Congress over the executive branch?
Because the executive branch at any one time is controlled specifically by one party, whereas Congress is controlled usually by at least in large parts of both parties.
So the argument would be to basically strip every single agency from the executive branch then and then put it over to Congress?
No. I think the biggest issue specifically with the FBI is that it can be used under Trump's administration, under Biden's administration, under Obama's administration to target political dissidents. And in that sense, as long as it is controlled specifically by one person and one party, then that can be targeted at the other party regardless.
I mean, it theoretically could be, but I mean, like, theoretically things could happen from, like, congressional committees as well, right? Like,
I'm so good at this game.
The legislative branch of our government already has, like, so much power, like, it can overrule the president in several ways.
Tournament
Things of the executive.
Well, I mean, they've outsourced most of their actual job to executive agencies.
I think that, well, I mean, most of those executive agencies will come from, like, some piece of legislation in Congress that says, like, we're granting the president the authority to make an agent to do this, and then they kind of figure out exactly, like, how are they going to enforce the law. But
yes, but it should not, it was never designed that the FDA would be the ones that make laws on how drugs and food is processed. That was supposed to be Congress's job. They then outsourced that to the FDA and said, we're not going to touch it. Now you have a system that makes the laws through the FDA. The FDA then investigates any breaches in those laws, and they have their own courts to justify those fines. So
I think every executive agency has their own. There's a name for it, like
their own courts. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and their own like investigatory body for every federal agency. I should remember who called. I don't remember off the top of my head. But those are supposed to run independent. Like anytime you hear a story where it's like watch blowers have figured out this, it's because of the office of whatever that's serving as a counterpoint to that federal agency. If there's a big problem like the FDA, just because it exists under the executive doesn't mean we can't change it in Congress. Like we can pass laws congressionally to change how the president is enacting certain things executively. So it seems like if there was a huge issue we had with the FDA, whether it was ran by Congress or the president, like the change would happen because if we hated it so much in Congress it would change. We'd be passing legislation already in Congress to change how the executive carries it out. No.
In theory, yes. However, I think while I think it's a good thing that Congress needs extensive debates to really do anything productive, and it intentionally slows them down. I think the way that presidents have recently been using executive orders, and this includes pretty much every single president of the 21st century, the president has found a lot of ways to sort of get around certain things. A number of executive agencies or executive orders have just been awful and borderline unconstitutional, honestly.
Sure, but, well, we say borderline unconstitutional, but I mean the Supreme Court's there to check any challenges come through. It feels like your problem is less with the organization of the government, that these executive agencies exist at the behest of the president, and your issue is more like these agencies ever existing at all. Like I have a feeling that if the FDA and the FBI existed under Congress, you'd still be like, well, we still need to abolish them because I don't like the FDA and the FBI. Right?
Well, yes, but I have an entire rant about drug laws and why the FDA is awful on that front. But
but I mean, it'd be just awful. But
what I'm saying is, I think it would be less bad. And I'm not here. I am not here. Like, ideally, I would be an anarchist and like in ideals. I hate everything that the government has done so far. But I also recognize in practicality that's just never going to happen, and it wouldn't just work for the vast majority of people. So I'm willing to stand here and say that we should not make perfection the enemy of progress. And I think that while I would like to, yes, just abolish the FDA outright, it would be better to put a lot of these executive agencies more directly under the legislative authority as opposed to the executives.
Gotcha, I understand. I don't really think it would change any of the problems because we already have the ability for the legislative to vote on different things for those executive authorities to do. But I guess backing out. So, what does that do with Joe Biden? Sounds like you just hate the government.
Partially, yes. But no, actually, I think my biggest issue with Joe Biden is his foreign policy. I have always been a big stickler for foreign policy, and it's one of, in my opinion, the most important jobs of the president. Less so approving what Congress passes, less so the executive. His primary job should be to be America's face to the world and to run the military and our foreign policy effectively. And I don't see situations in which Joe Biden has done that effectively. I think he royally fucked up the pullout in Iran.
In
Afghanistan, yes. And
how? Why do you say that?
He actually pushed back Donald Trump's date to pull out by 3 months. The reason that we did it at the beginning of summer is because terrorist activities are down in that area during the summer because it's hotter, and so there's and he wanted the specific date of 9/11 to be the day that pulls out for whatever reason, most likely because it looks really nice on paper. The problem is that when he does pull out, he doesn't do any proper planning. He doesn't actually take any effort to inform the government that this is happening. We leave a number of our allies behind in the area without any warning whatsoever. Immediately, our military bases get overrun, and a large number of our heavy machinery and heavy weaponry ends up in the hands of the people who immediately put a coup in Afghanistan.
So, I understand some of the complaints about the Afghanistan pullout. I think it was done as well as it could have been. I know that there are a lot of people who get really triggered by it, but I think the issue is that we've already been in Afghanistan for over...
Oh, no. I'm with you that we've never been in
like, people talking about, like, we could have started the government better. How? We dumped billions, tens of billions? Was it $1 trillion? I guess it was a huge number of money.
Yeah, it's unnecessarily.
Yeah. I don't think that another year would have helped. I don't think another 6 months would have helped. I don't think that, like... No, I don't think at that point, I don't think it was anything else.
But we should never have had our allies waking up the day of trying to figure out what the hell is going on because you're just
I mean, all of these timelines were already on the table that we were going to be heading out. Like, maybe people just didn't believe it because, like, well, no, America will stay here forever. But I think at some point, I mean, like, I think we have to leave the country. We can't be there for
You had Biden on television saying this will not be like our exit of Vietnam. And literally, we were helicoptering people off of the embassy exactly like he said we would not be.
Sure.
He did not properly plan what he was doing.
There were a few people that were helicoptered over there. But at the end of the day, how many Americans died?
I believe no Americans died.
Yeah.
But Americans are not the only people that would matter to. We had allies in that nation that did.
Yeah, but then what was the alternative? Like, because do we start giving warnings ahead of time? So, like, you guys all need to leave the country, and then you cripple the ANI even more, and then it's like...
You should. What you should have done is slowly pulled out over time, taking thirds and half, and slowly decreasing the amount of power over time while making sure that they're filling that power back instead of giving power back to the Taliban.
Well, but I don't think the ANI had everything they needed. Like that, I don't think that there was ever going to be a drawdown that made them able to sustain against like the Taliban. Even if we would have left with a third and a half or whatever. And I think the scary part there, from Biden's point of view, and I think it's easy to look at it retroactively. This is what I look at, I guess, when I try to figure out what's good or not. We got everything out. There were some deaths and such, but for the most part, relatively peaceful.
We actually did not get everybody out.
We've got almost every American out. There's like
the CIA intentionally said that there were over 200 Americans left in Iran.
Initially there was, but I'm pretty sure at this point, because I checked this like 6 months ago, I think every American who wanted to leave is out of Afghanistan.
I also would not take what they say at face value.
Okay, we can take that, but then at the end of the day, we can just go by gut. But I think that the problem is that, like, the thing is, we got everybody out, and we're gone, and we're done. But if we would have done these other strategies, like, retrospectively, we look at it and we go like, oh, well, he could have done this, If we would have, like, drawn down troops, left people there, slowly done it, like, let's say 6 months from now, we still have a few people there, the force is way smaller, something happens, the Taliban attack, or the terrorist attack, and now, like, 20 Americans are killed. Now we're in the United States, like, oh my God, we need to go back, we need to get revenge. Now there's another troop surge, now you're there for another 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Like, why?
Well, we should have done the pullout in the summer. Like, that is just, but it would have been better to do it then. I don't know why it was pushed back 3 months and you planning, then not
embarrassing
I guess it's just a matter of, like, how well could it have ever gone. I don't think there's ever us leaving Afghanistan 100% and it looking, like, super nice in all ways. Like, it's always going to be, like, pretty shitty. Because, like, that government was never going to be able to stand on its own against the Taliban getting support from some of the other people.
I mean, to an extent, yes. I unfortunately, I do agree with you. In fact, there's no way this could have ever gone well in that sense, because once you're there, it's already a problem.
And I understand that there are lives of Americans that are worth considering, of course. But from a foreign policy point of view, when Americans start dying, we start turning our eyes, towards other countries when they get red. And like, if there would have been another attack, we would have stayed even a little bit longer, and there would have been another attack, and like 20 or 30 American soldiers would have been killed. Jesus, like, we're not leaving after that. Now we're going to recommit.
There has been no fighting for the last few years. There's been a ceasefire.
Sure, but I think that was because we were under the understanding after the Doha agreement that it would be pulling out. Yes. And I think that's why the Taliban was like pretty chill, because that's probably why they did it. Because they knew we were leaving. The Taliban doesn't want us there forever. Obviously, they want to take it over. Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, again, if you had done this at the beginning of summer, you would have given at least the government of Afghanistan a modicum more amount of time to just get their feet on the ground before getting overrun.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, what was like 2 weeks? I think. Like
it was a day. It was like a day.
Okay, yeah. So like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe, but.
And then
it's hard to like retroactively go back to like all I see is that we got out, no American deaths. Like some people died, it sucked, but I mean like that it was at least finally out.
Yeah, and then also you believe that the view that Biden has on the world stage hurts our figure in the first place.
In what ways or in what?
So I would say this: in 2012, we backed a coup in Ukraine that overthrows a Russian-backed government. That's how Zelensky.
That's not what happened.
That's how Zelensky came to power.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
First of all, it's 2014, not 2012. But
no, because Crimea fell in 2014. In response to 2012, Zelensky came to power.
No. In 2014, Crimea happened in response to oh my God, Yanukovych being ousted from the country in 2014.
Oh, that happened in 2012.
No, it's 2014. But the Euromaidan protest and then eventually the revolution that happened. Firstly, people always point to this idea that there was a U.S. coup in Ukraine.
Back to is different.
U.S.-backed coup in Ukraine. Ukrainians were protesting for a long time for a lot of reasons. Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world prior to 2014.
It's still one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
I don't know if I'd say as much as it was prior to.
Not as much, but it's still one of the most corrupt.
Listen, they're in a war.
You could make China 100% better country, and it's still one of the worst countries in the world.
I don't know. I'm just saying. So, the evidence that there was a U.S.-backed coup in Ukraine is non-existent. I don't think there's any evidence to point to the fact that the U.S. backed the coup.
The U.S. gave the rebels resources. That's the U.S. backing the rebels.
No.
Yes.
No. There were no rebels in 2014. They were just protesters. They were the Euromaidan protesters. There weren't like official rebel groups to like give arms or weapons to.
This is not how historians usually view revolutions. I mean, at some point we don't. When we talk about the Boston Massacre, we usually refer to them as the American revolutionaries, not the American protesters. But at the time, they were just protesters.
Sure, I'm just saying that like the reason why Yanukovych was ousted happened after I always fuck the name of it. The Yellow Jacket police started like shooting at protesters, and people started to get obviously really mad because that was like the culmination of all the protests. Once police were firing on protesters and people started to get really mad, Yanukovych fled the country, and that like none of that needed U.S. support. There were no like U.S. arms flowing into the country with like tons of fighting the government. None of that was happening. I've never seen any evidence presented that like the U.S. backed coup. There's not like a ton of like freedom fighters on track. It's not like Syria or something.
No,
it's not people shooting and killing each other. Like it was 1 or 2 relatively violent days that ended up with Yanukovych fleeing the country.
And yes, when your active government flees the country and the regime comes to power, that is a coup.
Well, they call it a revolution, but
it just depends on which side you support. That's the only difference on what those words are.
Sure, it might be, but I mean, I'm going to probably support the side of the people that are trying to get representation from the government, and not the guy that's trying to enact laws to violently oppress freedom of speech. I'm not against police officers.
And I agree with you. And I agree with you that that those protesters would be in the right. But what happens is because the U.S. supports them, and we now end up with a large amount of influence and ties to this country with Joe Biden, his son, on the board of Burisma, which...
Board of Burisma has nothing to do with how Ukraine runs its politics. And also...
No, the country is incredibly corrupt, and Burisma is a major country that has ties in key parts of their government.
The United States did not back any part of the revolution. There was no financial money flowing into, like, rebel groups. There was no U.S. arms flowing into that country. Like, it just didn't happen. There were plenty of reasons for those people to be protesting. And we know why Yanukovych fled the country.
No, just because...
And also, even if it was
that's not mutually exclusive to them, to the U.S. Giving support to you.
What do you mean by support? I mean, like, I think on TV, where we said, like, back to Ukrainian people, I think there's something else going on. But, like, there weren't, like, arms flowing in the country like that.
No, we did help Zelensky get into power.
No, we didn't. He was voted on. They voted for him.
Before Zelensky, there was no legitimate election in that country for a good 20 years. Why would Zelensky's be all of a sudden?
Hold on. I don't know if I say there's no legitimate election, but I don't even think Zelensky was the first president that came after the 2014 revolution. There were still, I think, a couple years before he was elected than the other guy. But the idea, the implication that the United States, like, propped him up and put him into power, or that there wasn't an actual election in Ukraine to vote Zelensky into office?
No. So I was actually kind of saying this as an explanation of just America's problematic history of interfering in Ukraine, and us propping up Zelensky even after he's in power, but we never quite got there. And so the idea is just when we have such important ties in keeping this country in the state that it is already, when Russia starts to come into Crimea, all of this is in response to a major change of power in that region. And
yeah, there's rationally Crimea was definitely because of Yanukovych.
And it's Western support of Ukraine that makes this Ukraine actually a real threat.
Well, hold on. Where does Russia get the right to invade Crimea?
They don't.
So, if Ukraine wants to be more Western aligned than Eastern aligned, like, doesn't Ukraine have the right to make that choice?
In one sense, yes. In another sense, not everything that people want is necessarily what's good for the world. So
what's good for the world is what you're bullying on your border wants for you? Like Russia gets to dictate Ukrainian foreign policy?
So, yes and no. So Ukraine should never join the EU or NATO simply because...
Well, they're not in the EU or NATO.
No, that's what I'm saying. They want to be part of it.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why. Does everybody get invaded? It's not.
But here's the thing, though, is if they had never fallen into the Western sphere of influence, they would never have been invaded by Russia, and that would never have threatened any sort of conflict between NATO and Russia at all.
Yeah, but there are people wanting to join the Western sphere. People would rather have the deal on the table was a free market access to the European Union trade union, or was joining a customs tariff union with this Eurasian empire of Belarus and Russia. I think you create people the right to look west rather than to have Daddy Russia like dictate to them.
Again, they do, but that doesn't mean that we have the right. That doesn't mean that necessarily we have the means to accomplish that.
We know.
It might not be good for us to want that either.
Well, sure, but I think we can support the right to self-determination of the Ukrainian people.
In a sense, yes, we also have the right to self-determination. So if we look at this and say, aligning with us causes a war in your region, that's not good for us. That's not good for.
So you. Then you're actually asking us to do.
No. No, I'm saying we shouldn't have to support them in any way whatsoever to begin with. If they want to have that conflict on their own, they're out. It's these things where history sucks. Oh, people get invaded constantly.
No, hold on. That's not good. We have the ability to do something. You can't just say history. That's like walking next to a pool.
If you want to say we have the ability to do something,
some people drown.
If you want to say we have the ability to do something, you're effectively pushing for what will turn into a major war with Russia.
If it does, that's Russia's choice. Russia's either.
But it doesn't have to be our war.
No, we could just let Ukraine get invaded and taken over, and then all of Europe was like, well, the U.S.
But they wouldn't have been invaded and taken over had they stayed a neutral country.
No, they would have been invaded and taken over if they would have let Yanukovych cross the deal that their parliament already voted on, and instead made Ukraine subservient to Russian foreign trade policy.
They don't have to do either.
They did. That was what Yanukovych did. That's why people were protesting so much. Yanukovych said, "Nah, I don't want to do this EU thing."
But again, if the protesters in that country do want to have their protest, they want to get a new government in place, and they end up having that.
And they did.
They did.
And then Russia invaded Crimea afterwards and started a civil war in the Donbass.
But again, Russia taking over one part of it does not mean that we then have to get involved. We don't have to be as.
Yeah, we don't have to play the
same game.
We don't have to be.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to stand for it. You can't, like, we're the strongest country in the world. If we see another country being invaded, Europe, right? I think everybody's
going to have any treaties with Ukraine.
Nice.
We have no.
Oh my god, I'm so good.
For the general state of security from all of Europe, right?
That's what the treaties are for.
No, but there's also an ideology at play as well. Like, NATO and the European Union are all looking to the United States to take leadership, to take point on, like, hey, Russia is invading countries.
Maybe they should take leadership in their own corner of the world and stop what they've done.
So then the U.S. just abdicates its entire hegemony. The U.S. is like, oh, you guys figure your own shit out. Like, why would we do that? Why would we give up that influence?
What?
Why do we need to be
What?
How
the leader of the free world. It ensures that safe trade routes, we can offer free
But how
deals.
does being involved in Eastern Europe really help us that much? It really doesn't.
Because I think it sends a statement that we live in a world that past 1991 where people don't take over parts of countries anymore and steal land from them. I think that international concept is a really important concept to defend. The idea that big countries can...
And I would agree with you, but us saying that we don't want that to happen is not going to change the fact that it will happen.
Well, it is changing the fact in Ukraine right now that it's happening, right?
No, because Russia's still doing this.
Russia is losing horribly against the country that it was supposed to take over in 2 weeks. So I think the United States was pretty successful so far.
In hindsight, Russia never had what they needed to actually take over.
Maybe, but it's hard to say how successful Ukraine would have been without the massive amount of intelligence and support from the United States and other countries that have been like...
But again, I don't have... Poland is in that region of the world. Poland has put a lot of like military and financial support behind Ukraine. If Poland wants to stand and be the leader of Eastern Europe, let them be the leader of Eastern Europe, and let us be the leader of the Western Hemisphere and over here in our home.
Canada, Mexico.
All of South America, the Caribbean.
I think that generally we talk about like our sphere of influence and the allies and the relations that we built over time. I think our European allies are pretty close to us, pretty important. And I think ensuring like the general safety and security of Europe has been a pretty defining fact of Europe in the 90s and onwards. I think that having like a more stable continent that we're trading with, that we're business history with, I think that's a pretty important concept.
Yeah.
They should be able to defend themselves. We don't want
them to do anything on their own. What if they're friends?
We can be their friend without saying that we will fight your battle for you.
We're not fighting battles for them. We're just giving help. Right? Ukraine's fighting the battle. Their soldiers on the line.
When they have our missiles and our officers telling them where to point them, and all they're doing is pulling the triggers, that's not necessarily...
They're the ones that are putting bodies like into the ground. They're the ones that are dying for their cause.
And most of their successes are coming from missile targets and taking out major military targets. That's mostly the U.S.
Sure, the U.S. has helped a lot for sure. But like it's Ukraine's war to fight, and they are fighting it, and it's their land to fight. And I think there's an important concept. Like let's roll the clock back, and let's say that we do. Let's say that Russia goes in and they just invade Ukraine and now they just own Ukraine. Like, is that an acceptable, like...
That would never happen.
Why not?
For example, you would have to effectively take out all of Ukraine to do that.
They already had Crimea. They already had, like, they were doing okay in the Donbass. Like, if they were to do a full invasion like they did...
Well, the problem is that the Ukrainian people remember what it was like to be under the Soviet Union. They remember they remember the Holodomor. They don't want to be under Russian control again, and they will fight to the death for that.
No, that a lot of countries in the Soviet Union, a lot of the states didn't want to be part of the Soviet Union. That's why when it dissolved in 1991, so everybody was like, well, we're leaving now.
Well, and that's why so many of them came to Russian sphere of influence, because Russian sphere is horrible. And they remember that.
Sure, but Ukraine is included there, right?
This is why some amount of self-determination into your government is just better for the world, because it's harder to force people to be a part of a government they really, really don't want to be a part of. And Russia would effectively have to wipe out Ukrainians to get that done.
I don't think they would have to wipe out Ukrainians anywhere that they didn't have to wipe out Belarus here, so they can have Belarus be a puppet of Russia. I think that they can keep a country under its thumb without wiping out all of the citizens. Makes sense. It's the same thing in Georgia, too.
But again, they didn't just incorporate Belarus into Russia. The people in Belarus are part of the Belarusian government, not the Russian government. If Russia were to come in and take over Ukraine, they would, in that sense, have to...
I think they would want Ukraine to be another Belarus. I think their goal was they wanted to march things. They wanted to take over in weeks. They wanted to install a new leader and then have that leave, or have them leave, and then the new leader be like really partial to the Russian government essentially.
Which is effectively what Ukraine had before that government got overthrown.
Yeah, which is why they overthrew the government.
Again, why wouldn't it just happen again?
Because now you've got a Russian army invading and killing people and doing a huge show of force, saying like, well, if this happens again, we're actually going to invade.
And this is exactly like the Holodomor, which the Ukrainian people don't want anymore. The Ukrainian people would never submit to that after what they went through in 2015.
I don't buy the argument that like Russia can't take it over without any foreign help. Like I think the foreign help has been pretty important to Ukraine being able to resist so far. Like I don't think without any forein help they would just
they had a lot of success in the initial. They didn't have the military support in the first 2 weeks. They didn't have material support in the first 2 weeks.
They had U.S. intelligence support at the very least, at the very beginning, right?
Yeah, but and again, that's not necessarily the same as material support. Though. Like they on their own were able to deal with a lot of Russian targets without having any real weapons.
Sure, but do you think they would have the success in this war that they've had without U.S. support?
Absolutely.
No shot.
So the problem.
Why would we be sending them tens of billions of dollars in weapons packages? Why is Zelensky and everybody begging us to support if it didn't make that much of a difference? Like you said it yourself, like most of the victories we're scoring are with like U.S. missile systems and stuff being shipped in from like Poland and like other European countries too.
Again, Poland can do whatever the hell they want. That doesn't mean that we should also do it. Poland has given them billions of dollars in missile systems, tanks, etc. They basically offloaded their entirety of their old
Sure, I think-
Soviet system into Ukraine for them to use.
Yeah, but I think part of this is due to U.S. leadership, like bringing everybody together to recognize.
Oh God, no. No, Poland hates Russia. Poland does not want to be.
I understand, but
any
hating
part of
Russia and
Russian
being
influence.
willing to ship. Initially,
No.
wasn't Poland initially fighting us on like shipping stuff to the country, like with planes and stuff? I think that wasn't it Biden that eventually got the team on that. And I know that Germany and France were reluctant to put some tariffs and sanctions on Russia as well. Like we had to fight a lot for them to get each other the Swift banking system. Like I think the United States is taking point in a lot of these negotiations. I don't know if Poland would have helped in the same manner they are now. If it wouldn't have been if the U.S. is like kind of urging to do so.
No,
like, I know they hate Russia, but
no, I think if Russia got far enough in Ukraine, they would be all there for it.
well, they get far enough in, then it's too late at that point.
If Poland knows that if Ukraine falls, they're next. If they don't want to be next.
Well, I don't think Poland is ever going to be next.
Yes. Historically, dictators don't stop once they've taken over a couple things. They keep going until they have nowhere else to go.
Thank you.
No, okay. I'm making sure I wasn't crazy. No, Poland is NATO. Poland's never falling. No NATO country. This is why the Baltics aren't worried about being invaded. Poland's not worried about being invaded. If you're part of NATO, you're not going to get invaded. That's why Ukraine wanted to be in NATO.
Not now.
What?
I mean, they don't have. They need to build up the military.
They don't need the military. They have the United States. They're NATO.
No, Russia.
What about Russia? Russia's not invading a NATO country.
Not now. I'm saying they need
Never.
to build up the
They
military.
won't. They won't. Even with the military. Because it'd be nuclear war. It'd be over.
No.
Yes, it would be.
No. Conventional warfare between two nuclear countries does not necessarily mean
It would if it was between Russia and NATO and the United States. This is why Russia and the U.S. are so careful not to cross swords. Just because they know that that's where it could eventually lead, right?
It could. That doesn't mean it will.
No, but I don't think Russia is invading another country. I think this is why Russia was invading Poland, or not Poland. This is why Russia does invade Ukraine in the way that it does. When you keep those civil wars going in the southeast, you know that a country that's in conflict can't join NATO. It's why they only invade countries that aren't in NATO. It's why they try to shoot missiles or do anything with countries that are in NATO. It's the same strategy they did in Georgia. It's what they're doing now in Ukraine. I don't think Russia's going to fight. Yeah, I'll give you the last one on this. Go for it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I have to go to class. So
Yeah.
Yeah. My thing is, I don't see a world in which the U.S. getting involved in hundreds of small wars throughout everywhere is any good thing. This has been a problem with U.S. presidents going back basically to World War I. We should not be getting involved in all of these wars across the world because
We're the
when we do
fish.
it as a precedent that we should be there for the next one. And the problem with that is that it puts American money and American lives in places that it does not need to. And the more involved we are in Ukraine, the more likely this becomes
I'm not
the
seeing
U.S.'s
anything.
actual involvement as opposed to this sort of pseudo-involvement where it's basically a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia. And I don't think that we should be fighting proxy wars any more than we do.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation. Yeah, have a good one. Oh, boy.
Are you ready to get banned from YouTube?
I can get that from YouTube. All right. Go for it.
Trans women in sports.
Trans women in sports.
So,
You want me to start my position and then you can attack?
sure.
So I think that sports through grade school and high school, I think, are like character building, activities get students involved in things like beyond the classroom without getting into trouble. And in that regard, I think that grade school sports and high school sports should be open to essentially whatever you identify as, with an exception to maybe combat sports. You can do those in high school, so like wrestling and stuff. Past that, when you get to collegiate level, you're talking NCAA sports, when spots become restricted and when scholarships are on the line, I think that you should have open division for like men's sports, and then I think you should have like a category for cis women, because I would say that the advantages that trans women possess over cis women make it so that the competition between the two groups is not necessarily fair on the basis of sex and like that.
So, I'm of the position that performance in sports is inherently based off of, some type of competitive, like, biological advantage.
Oh, I scored.
So, like, if you're, it's always going to be unfair.
Yep.
Because, like, nobody is, like, able to perform to the
I
level.
thank you guys for helping me
Yeah, like,
score
if
now.
you're good at sports, you have some innate biological advantage than other people.
Yeah.
So for trans women in sports,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's because I think like there's two arguments you can make. The first argument is that they're not women, so they shouldn't be in. I don't think you would take that argument. The second argument is that there's some advantage in sports, and I think that second argument kind of falls apart because like
This
on
person's
the
dead
basis
inside.
that they have like some inherent advantage, since like performance in sports is inherently based on.
Yeah. So I've heard this argument before. So the idea is basically that like within a competitive group, some people are going to be more competitive than others because there's some innate biological advantage that they literally have no ability to deal with, right? So like the most common example is people point to Michael Phelps, they'll say he's got like a torso. This guy was always to be like a championship swimmer. People point to the NBA, they'll say these guys are freakishly tall. Like I think the average height in the NBA is like 6. I want to say it's literally like 6'6" or something.
Oh, yeah, that was me.
And so people will say on that basis,
And
if
was
some
in
biological
it.
advantage exists, then
Wow.
who cares? So the issue that you run into with that is just because some biological advantages exist doesn't mean that we can't like kind of draw a circle around something to protect in some areas. So for instance, we might look at like weight classes in wrestling, and somebody might say like, well, why have a weight class? Just because you're both 160 pounds doesn't mean you're both going to be really competitive. So if you know, why have a weight class if some people are going to be biologically competitive more so in some things than others? And I think the answer is, well, because one people at different weight classes can be competitive.
Whoa,
And then
that's a
when it
dope.
comes to sports, say, well, some men are more biologically advantaged than other men, some women are more biologically advantaged than other women. If that's the case, then why draw a circle around anything at all? I think it's because we want, like, cis women to be able to have, like, a place where they compete, where even though they have all of the natural disadvantages for being a woman, compared to, like, men in athletic events, they still have the ability to compete amongst themselves and have, like, their own thing. But I think the issue with trans women is trans women remove a lot of intrinsic disadvantages that the female anatomy carries with it when it comes to competition and like athletic competitions. And I think that's why it's okay to say like, well, even if some female bodies are naturally better or worse in sports, trans female bodies is a bit different because they're inheriting a lot of advantages in like the male biology, which is what the like category is like kind of designed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, women.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay. So I guess my position there would be because, you know, we still do see representation of cis women.
Yeah, of course.
So I think like even if like we like allow cis women to like be in that whole thing. So my position there would be like there isn't that kind of pressure we would have from like separating male and female sports.
Maybe. So there's two issues then. So one, if I were to go and compete against women in any sport right now at this college, I would probably lose. I'm not a very athletic person, but I probably still shouldn't be allowed to compete. That's like the drawing. And then the second thing would be the problem with allowing competitors in that maybe shouldn't be is that if we get to a point in the future, if we get to a point in the future where trans people do become more dominant, in the category, it's going to be way too late for rollback to the clock. So how the lead time is going to fit that, which in the grand scheme of things wasn't really that significant. But like, let's say that we go down the road like 5 or 10 years, and now like every single like top 10 like female sport, you're starting to see 1 or 2 trans people show up. If at that point we're like, okay, hold on, maybe this is like a problem. It's probably going to be too late to roll everything back, and then like kind of fuck if you're like cis women competing on that level. I think
why would it be too late to roll everything back?
Well, because culturally that's where we'll be at, and back at that point, like
faking. The fuck is that mean?
I mean, culturally, we're at a point where
faking.
Sports was
the fuck are you saying?
And then we separated out women's sports.
Yeah.
So, you know, let's say
trying to take any shit.
We're at a point where like trans women are like they have pushed us women out. Just like we did for like women in men's sports.
Yeah, but do you really think we would ever be able to say like, okay, well, this is too much, now we're going to create a trans women's division? I don't think that would happen.
Well, it's like the primary representation is like trans women. I imagine we can stuff like that.
I feel like I don't know if that would happen. Because I feel like even in the recent things they try to push, but it's not like everybody basically just do big trans club and you would say they're like, well, maybe there should be different divisions. I don't know if it hit that level of widespread like representation. I don't know if we'd be able to roll it back. And then also, like, following my first argument, I feel like there's an argument that it's not like fair competition because of all the biological.
Should have got that goal.
Well, my argument would be that the biological advantage doesn't matter. Like sports is based on.
Well, but I mean, like the problem is some of the biological advantages.
There's a little basis speed. Oh.
Intrinsic to like biology tests. So like one example might be like it's an advantage, for instance, to have like exogenous hormones. Like as a trans woman, you can theoretically regulate your
actually get
hormones
MVP,
better
what?
than a cis woman can, because like the menstrual cycle will cause like big fluctuations around like periods, especially and everything. That makes it really difficult for women to train like very hard around certain times for their period and stuff. That's one thing. A second thing might be we've seen like a lot of studies now showing differences in like lean muscle mass attainment and like maintaining this even after like a few years of like age 13 and everything. So it seems like, and these are things that like it's not just like natural variation in female bodies. It's like these are like natural advantages generally conferred on men going through like male puberty and stuff.
Sure, but if like we were to take like Usain Bolt for example, like the natural variation in like his like ability to run is not within the natural variation of like your average.
Sure, but he's not getting his ability to run like through like a superpowered universe or something, right? Like it's part of like the male biology still. Here's like a question. I'll flip this back, okay? Because nobody ever wants to talk about men. Everybody hates men, okay? Including trans men. I feel like this is never talked about, but if we keep sports where trans women can compete with women, cis women, wouldn't it would then follow that like trans men are probably competing with cis men? But like, how? Trans men will never be competitive in sports with like cis men. Are they just like completely erased, or?
If I were to be consistent, I guess so.
Because that seems like it would suck for.
I mean, it would, yeah.
Yeah, because then trans men now have like no representation anywhere.
Representation of like women, so like we kind of separated that out from men's sports.
But then if we seem like on one end we acknowledge that like trans men might need their own division because trans men won't compete with cis men. But then you've got cis women who are like, well fuck, but we have to compete with trans women. You acknowledge on one end that it's impossible for trans men to compete with cis men. Why can't you acknowledge that it's difficult for cis women to compete with trans women?
I mean, I'm not denying that like there might be some advantage. What I'm saying is like there isn't like it hasn't been demonstrated that cis women are being pushed out.
It hasn't been demonstrated they're being pushed out yet, but I think it's because of the number of trans competitors.
Like Rocket League before it was free to play.
And also probably because trans people also inherently have a lot of other challenges they face in life that probably keeps them from becoming super competitive and like really important. But like I would imagine once like trans people reach higher levels of acceptance, more effectively and competing more, it feels like right now the scientific literature points heavily in the direction of like trans women maintaining like a pretty big advantage over cis women, and like even if it is a small number, it seems like it would be so shitty. Like if you're like cis woman that gets like second place in some bird, or if you're the cis woman that doesn't get like that scholarship, or you don't even get on the team, and there's like one or two trans women there, like I can see some like cis women being like, this is fuck, what the fuck.
I mean, I feel like that can, like if you're
Nice.
like my argument of all these sports are inherently based on some biological advantage. So like if you're a cis woman, you get second place.
Well, sure, but then in that case, why not just mix all sports together and have no categories at all?
Well, so we separated out women's sports and men's sports.
Well, but if some people have some biological advantage, or if it's all based on biological advantage, why separate men and women at all?
Well, I mean, that's like cultural choice.
Sure, but if we've made that cultural choice, and we're acknowledging that some advantages come from
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen.
In some sense, in other sense, it seems like.
Right, but we don't have the issue.
Call my ex, bitch, don't fuck. I mean, you can call me if you want.
Excluded from
Or I'm at your
Okay, so if you think if it got to the point where trans women were
very astute observation.
Yeah, I think I would. So in the same way we have like disabled sports, you know, Paralympics, I think, like we've sectioned that off from like wider athletics. So I think like, you know, if it came to a point where cis women were being pushed out, cis women,
jump.
supported that.
Fucking stupid old.
Alright, well, any other comments
Oh,
on
no.
topics?
Did I change your mind?
No. Not at all. Nice, but I appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much.
Oh, nice. Oh, you love that. You love to see it. Festivity. someone else running. Let's go. At least I can get XP. Damn, I should run away. Ugh. Fucking up my nose. It's not a joke. No, actually, I have this one. This is channel something. Bruh. Bones inside the bitch. I'm lonely, keep it on the low key. Where's my phone? Eller som ansvarig uppskrivet. En annan undersökning. Hur är det A1 class? I don't know. I'm just telling you. Bro, what the fuck? Actual calling. Psychosis, bro. Bro, the sounds, though. The visual shit don't be going crazy. Don't get coffee. He's a plate. This is honestly guys, it's not fucking bomb that I am, bro. I'm lying like, yeah, I thought it's crazy, like, you just don't feel like lying to yeah, it was fun to do. It's unease, but fucking side effects, bro, for just having like, bro, my mind didn't even take it off. It's like the classic shit with the glasses. I don't know what they're doing.
It is. I mean, why aren't you transgender?
Because I don't feel like I'm transgender.
Yeah, so it's all about feelings and choice, is what you're saying.
Well, a lot of
and there's
things
no inherent virtue.
This is called liberalism.
Yeah.
Like in an authoritarian, autocratic regime that we say we have no choice
Exactly.
or whatever. But
and
I think in general, I think in Western society,
I disagree with that framework. I think
that's
you can,
fine, but I mean,
can
like,
choose to do wrong things. Do you acknowledge that?
You can always choose to do wrong things.
Yeah. So there's no inherent virtue in choice itself.
There's no inherent virtue in choice itself, but there is an inherent virtue in choosing virtuous things.
How did we get on this? We were talking about Joe Biden.
Well, now you're giving me a huge criticism of liberalism, and you're the one that wanted to
and
I'm the conversation.
I'm illiberal. I'm illiberal. I'm going to say
obviously I can tell.
Yeah.
I don't think the Grubbers are very liberal. But like,
whoa. I don't like that label.
I hear him. I see him everywhere.
No.
What?
No, but like seriously, if you have a person, I guess your argument is you just don't believe trans people are real at all.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Wait,
So how do you account for people that have said they're trans for like so much of human history?
Have said they're trans? Like people who say that they're another gender.
Okay, but
they're
like, so
not.
then we've tried conversion therapy for a long time. Doesn't seem to work.
It seemed to work quite a bit.
Absolutely did not.
How come?
Because it didn't. Because
and you
can't
think,
put somebody in
you think that shooting
conversion
people up with hormones and then calling it like, affirming is better for people?
For the people that it works for, yeah, that does seem to be a successful alleviation of problems.
So you want to ignore the suicide rate of them too?
Suicide rate of who?
Of trans people?
The suicide rate of trans people seems to increase or improve after successful treatment, assuming they're in a supportive community. So, I mean, what do you want to...
How do you even measure that? Like, how do you measure if it's afterwards? Because, you're saying, trans people, quote unquote, which I don't really believe exists, before, they don't commit suicide. And then once they do, once they transition and, cut off their nuts and whatnot, then they're prone to suicide. And so, that's exactly my argument. I'm saying that it doesn't improve people's lives.
But for the people that it does, it clearly does. And there is some research to suggest that people that get gender-affirming care do have higher qualities of life.
And I will say that the research, a lot of the time, is, ideologically focused as well. In the same way.
So the research that's not ideologically focused is the research that agrees with you, or
yes.
Okay, well,
pretty much.
When we all hated trans people 10 years ago,
well, nobody's arguing to hate
everybody
people.
said that conversion therapy and stuff worked. It still didn't, right? You can argue that the research saying that gender affirming care and stuff is biased. Okay, sure, there might be some researcher bias. That's possible, but there's no research supporting conversion therapy. There wasn't for gay people. There's not for trans people. That doesn't seem to work. So insofar as we care about people, if we do, I do, maybe you don't, but if we do care about people, then our goal should probably be to find what are the treatments or therapies or ways of assistance we can help people to live better lives.
Yeah.
And insofar as that goes, for a person that is legitimately trans, not just a person having a phase in college or a girl that dyed her hair, but for a person that's legitimately having a trans experience and has had for their entire life, it seems like some form of gender-affirming care is the only way to actually alleviate their dysphoria. Just telling them, no, you're not trans over and over again doesn't seem to be very successful.
I disagree. I think, obviously...
that.
Well, I mean, it's just,
You can just untrans somebody.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, okay.
You can. I mean, there's been a huge detrans mission to, raise awareness for people going through transgenderism and whatnot. And also, specifically on the Biden memo, that was specifically focused for children to recognize
like a minor part of all of
I know, and you focused on it. I was just what
you're the one that literally brought it up. You said I
brought it up as one example. You focusing on it.
I'm not. That was the example you brought up. There's a war in Ukraine right now. There was Afghanistan to talk about. There's all sorts of other foreign policy issues. You've got inflation. You've got OPEC. You've got oil. And you're like, remember that memo that Biden sent out for trans kids to scream? I don't even know about this memo.
You should look it up. It's pretty interesting.
Sounds not very interesting, but
it is pretty. But yeah, you want to move to another subject?
Sure. Give me one more area that you feel like Biden's not.
The border. I'm not a big fan of coming in and swarming our country and essentially just
people are coming in and swarming our country.
Yeah, I mean last year in 1 year about 2.4 million people crossed the border illegally.
Cross the border and returned back.
That's just estimated. It's probably more.
Sure, cross the border and returned back, or illegally entered into the country.
Illegally entered the country.
I don't. 2.4 million?
Yeah,
I think that's true.
I covered the story.
Did you really? Who was reporting on that?
Me. I'm saying I wrote it.
Well, no, but I mean, who was what are the numbers coming from? The 2.4 million?
Oh, I think it was coming from the CDC.
That's a huge number of people who come in 1 year.
Well, that's what it was, so.
Were these coming in illegally, or were these people granted asylum or granted refugee or
coming in illegally?
Oh, well.
So there's probably a higher estimate of that, but so do you not acknowledge that there's prices at the border?
When I looked into the quote-unquote crisis at the border,
Yeah.
business as usual. It doesn't have like a high political goal right now, or it doesn't like a high political attention to border stuff because people are more focused on the economy. But
yeah, people are more focused on the economy. I'm not too big on the economy, frankly. But
you don't care much about it.
Well, I do. Of course, I do. I want families to be able to, I want a father to be able to afford living, raising a family on one single income. That's very important. Nowadays, things aren't looking so good for that. But yeah, I mean, the economy's important, and we're probably going to win on that. But so, you're a Joe Biden fan?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Joe Biden head.
Exactly.
A Brandon head. Okay.
Yep.
But like, what's your reasoning? Because your sign says that. What's your reasoning behind
I think it's
okay, that's a pretty good statement.
I think that the handling coming out of the coronavirus stuff, the amount of
that's a good score, right?
Especially the increase of the child tax credits, I thought were really good. Him trying to do what he can from the executive position of like doing the marijuana forgiveness and trying to get it rescheduled in the DA is good.
Yeah.
The student loan forgiveness, I'm not a huge fan of, but like politically, it's a pretty smart idea.
Yeah,
I feel like he's handled our foreign policy.
Get the fuck out of there.
Ukraine was good. I think that even though it felt bad pulling out of Afghanistan and finally finishing that, I thought was a good thing. Yeah, in general, I think Biden has exceeded most expectations from the left for like getting like the recent huge legislation that had like the biggest spending in like green energy and stuff. I thought was good. The infrastructure bill was good. Yeah, I think he's done a really good job so far.
Okay, so most of your stuff is like very, the stuff that voters care about, and whatever. But I don't know. I don't think that's like quite enough because I think that I'm more right wing ideologue. I think it's very important that we shift the culture. So I guess we just care about different things. I would be in support of all of those things if people gave us control over the culture and the society that we're molding to do that.
What's control of the culture mean?
Most influence over pop culture, news, where people get their sources.
So pop culture. How do you get control over pop culture? It doesn't seem hard to do when you guys on the right are always saying that like. You'll say in one breath, like, liberal arts degrees and all that are for losers.
I'm liberal arts.
Swing and a miss feels so bad, but it feels so good when you're...
history.
Well, okay, sure, but like, a lot of people on the right would, like, make fun of you for that, right? You agree, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So I feel like the right wing has this problem where they constantly demonize people going after liberal arts, and then several generations later, like,
liberal education is the idea.
I saw that.
I wish that people were going to school and learning about some of the great classics, the great writers. But well, I mean, some of them are white, some of them not so much. But a lot of the ones I like, maybe. But that's frankly irrelevant. Like, I wish people were learning about those sort of things, but they're over here learning about BS diversity and architecture. That's literally a class.
Wait, you couldn't
fucking... Yeah, well, no, not BS diversity.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
The subject is diversity in architecture, and I'm not a big fan of it, frankly. Least favorite class.
What's wrong with the class?
It's focused on expanding like diversity in architecture.
Yes.
Like, architecture is beautiful because, frankly, Western architecture is beautiful because of something that that I talk about too. And just like expanding, just people having like black people in architecture, Hispanics. I don't think that's productive at all. We need good architecture.
You don't think potentially
like look around here too?
You don't think there's potentially something lost, not being able to look into other cultures to like gather information for how they did things?
Well, I mean, I'm a Catholic, so a lot of mine is focused around Catholic Western architecture.
Is there value that you can draw from looking at how other civilizations done things? So when
I don't like a lot of other cultures.
I don't care if you like it or not. Your goal is to get educated. It's not like I want to take class about things I like. It's I want to expand my mind and broaden my horizons, right? So if I study music in school, and typically most of our music is organized around like Western.
You went to music school?
Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah.
It's
organized around like Western concepts of how music is organized, to put it simply. But you can look into other cultures to get different ideas of like how could we do like a different system of notes, or like what kind of different rhythms could we draw from different cultures. And there are some things that if you spend your entire life studying, like classical romantic composers or studying only Western music, you would essentially miss out on this whole like other world of how you could arrange and orchestrate sound. And I feel like,
but that's also implying
the same for architecture as well. No?
That's also implying that there's superiority to be found in over there.
Absolutely not. What a weird take.
No, I mean,
you can appreciate the diversity. I'm not saying it has to be superior or inferior. Right?
No, like saying that we're missing something. That we're missing
something. It's about like the diversifying, I guess, like your understanding of the world. And I don't mean like necessarily. I would say it is superior to have a more diverse understanding, but understanding those other things doesn't make them superior.
I think that's also how you have a country lose its identity, and I think that's how you lose a country.
Identities are constantly changing over time.
Yeah, I get it. I fucking suck. Alright, there you go.
We're America. Like most of the identities that harken back to are European, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
like
that's great.
It's not. We're not Europe. And if you go to Europe,
I mean, we are
we're
found from Europe.
I'm talking to an American when they talk about like a European identity, because that's only something an American would say. If you go to Europe, they don't talk about a European identity, right?
Yeah, they do. I mean, they talk about different, like, Italian culture.
Yeah.
They talk about French culture.
Yeah, but it's not going to be European ever.
Oh, no. No, I mean, even in America, we were founded from Scottish traditions. We're founded from English traditions, French.
Like, our contributions to the world have come in large part because of the diversity that we have here, right? Hip hop.
I don't think so.
Absolutely. Hip hop and jazz and all of these are like
I don't think those are our greatest accomplishments.
Those are huge accomplishments.
I think we've commercialized everything just off like, we've created culture. No, but we've created culture off of what can be bought and sold to other people, and that's not a sustainable culture.
Yeah, look at that. I love that.
First of all, most of the classic, like, great art that you like is art that was literally commissioned by kings and kings, right? So the idea that, like, somehow because some stuff has been commercialized is bad totally sidesteps everything I was saying before, right? The fact that there's a commercialization of music doesn't like change the fact that jazz was probably America's like greatest contribution to the world of music, and that came arguably from an enslaved population, right? That came from, but not just them. It came from them taking what they understood from some European backgrounds of music too.
I love black people music.
I'm sure you do. I know.
I love black music. I'm a big fan of it. No, it's like unironically true. Black people have earned their place in America, I think.
Okay,
that's not what I'm
arguing.
arguing.
People and Asian people here have earned their place.
But I mean, these people are
It's not
American.
even
Sure, yeah.
Black people are Americans.
Sure, and so are Asian Americans, and so are other American people that come over, Mexicans.
Yeah, but creating like these, national enclaves within America
you talk about enclaves, but I mean, like, if you come to like any large city, you can see all of these people intermingling, walking around, interacting.
I mean, I don't think you see that anywhere outside of a church where people are all embracing a common culture.
If you go to any major city in America, I promise you see all sorts.
I mean, I disagree. I mean, you see Chinatown and Koreatown, these kind of
national
enclaves within the country itself, where like they maintain their own culture, and it's like.
They maintain it, but it's in a small part of the city. Like, these people travel to other parts of the city, and other people travel to those parts of the city. If you go to Chinatown in New York, you don't only see Asian people. You see all sorts of different people, right? If you go to places in LA that have like different like cultural little enclaves, it's not.
That's where I'm from, actually.
It's not GTA 5, where as soon as you go there, all the cars change into people's names, right? You see like a ton of people in all different parts of the city here. I feel like for the most part, people are really critical about like America and diversity, and we're falling apart. I don't think we are. I think we've done like really good. And so, like, I would argue.
I would say.
What's popping up? It's been several days now since Quavo and Takeoff went through a terrible life event. Quavo had to witness his nephew Takeoff get shot and killed right in front of him. One thing that this teaches us, I'm not going to go through all of the details because the details are still unfolding, and that's kind of what caused a lot of people to spread misinformation. And it just goes to show that we never learn our lesson. This similar thing just happened with PNB Rock in terms of the fans coming out and saying, oh, his girl got him killed, his fiance, whatever, his baby mama, etc., jumping out to blame her. Then, when it came to the Quavo and Takeoff situation, immediately we have this notes post go up on Twitter where someone says this is over a dice game, and then people just run with that. And they just assume it's real, and then they start blaming Quavo, which we still don't know if it can be attributed to Quavo or not. And then they run with that. Quavo's already dealing with what he's dealing with. And then it comes out later that, oh no, this isn't about a dice game. And multiple people that were at the event and at the shooting when it took place say what it's actually about. Or they don't say what it's actually about, but they say it's a disagreement and it didn't really have anything to do with dice. So now we're at this position where, congratulations, you just bought into a fake narrative in the first place, just like you bought into a fake narrative for the prior one, and most likely will buy into a fake narrative for the next one that happens. And I don't think people will learn their lesson because it's more of an emotional thing. They see Takeoff die, and they see something that sounds plausible, and they roll with it. I think it's terrible. That's why I kind of held my tongue, partially because a lot of this is still unfolding. No arrests have been made. There have been a lot of jumping to conclusions initially, but there have been other people that, like especially academics, that have been doing a lot of detailed reporting on it and keeping everyone up to date. And I'm not going to try to match that. I don't really care too much about the details and being the first one to get them out there. I can wait for the police to do their job or other people to do their job and then put it out, and then I can give what I believe to be the most important conversation we can have about this. And for me, this Takeoff situation, it felt like he did everything right. And we usually, for example, when rappers have been dying as of late, there's something you can immediately say or people immediately say, hey, they shouldn't have done this. And you can look at it, even as an objective person, or even a non-objective person, say, you know what, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. For example, like young Dolph, he was in a vehicle that was clearly his, and he went to a cookie store. I don't know if he was armed or not. I forgot the details. I believe he was armed, but he just got caught completely off guard. No security or anything like that. And people usually use the security argument, but how often are you going to have security around you? Is it going to be like one of your handlers, like Kanye West has? That's a topic for another day. But then there's like XXX, people are saying, oh, why didn't you just give it up? Or PNB Rock is saying, why are you wearing jewelry in this really poor area? There are these events that happen. And immediately you can say, well, if a tiny bit of foresight had been had, perhaps this outcome could have been different. But in this case, to me, it's the most shocking because you would think this is where people are the most safe. They're in a city rolling with a crew that is supposed to be taking care of rappers, that nothing happens to them while they're out there. The shooting happened amongst the people closest to Takeoff. We don't necessarily know what the argument was about. And some people are even saying it was their own camp that misfired and it ended up hitting Takeoff. So now we're in this position where, boy, you're not supposed to hang out with people at all. You're not supposed to hang out with people that have guns around them. I think this is more of a symptom of how quickly guns get drawn. Because if these people were rolling with each other, right? There are these disagreements that happen between people. But if you're rolling with the crew, there's a level of respect of we're not going to hurt each other bad. I can understand if they got into a little scuffle, but to get to the point where guns are raised in anywhere where these people are supposed to be taking care of you, where these people are a part of you, there's no excuse for that ever, unless someone raises a gun first. But then for the first person that raised the gun, there's no excuse for that ever. Now it's hot for everybody. We lose one of the greatest hip-hop groups of all time, easily top 5, and it's a sad situation overall. And the problem with it is there's certain artists, we're not going to do top 10 deaths or anything like that, but there's certain rappers that pass away, and you just think to yourself, damn. For me personally, when XXX passed away, I think that was the first rapper death where it made me feel some type of way because I was very connected to his music. A lot of these artists, well, 99.99% of them, I don't know them personally, but if they pass away, it's like, damn, that's unfortunate. But it doesn't really hit me because I don't really know them. But with X, you could tell that he was trying to change his life around. And you saw this individual putting the steps forward to become a better person. You saw he was still going through that court case. You saw the music was changing. Everything about him was changing. And before he could actually change, poof, gone. So we didn't get to see the potential realized. Similarly for Pop Smoke, you could say that we didn't really get to see his potential realized. He was just on the takeoff. No pun intended at all. And then he's gone. Takeoff, we saw him get great success, but Takeoff was always one of those rappers where you couldn't say anything bad about him. Quavo, Offset was, getting into scuffles, which isn't necessarily bad. But you could be, Offset has a temper. He's had beefs back and forth. Quavo, he's had his problems with other people. Takeoff was really just sitting there chilling the majority of the time. If you overlook the video where Offset jumped into that pit a long time ago, early Migos days, and just punched somebody and got into a fight, Quavo almost seemed like, why are we doing this? He was the last person to hop in there. And it felt like he got dragged into a lot of things. And if I'm not mistaken, he's the youngest one. Keep in mind, Migos have been going strong for 10 plus years. Minimum 2012. Takeoff just passed away at 28 years old. So he was 18 when they first started popping up. And the level of maturity and tact that he's shown is more than a lot of rappers that are in their 30s or even 40s. And it's just such a shame because now they were just heating up again. People were actually really messing with the Quavo and Takeoff, not reunion, but their new crew, their new album that they put out. And hopefully this doesn't bring a bigger wedge between Quavo and Offset. Because these guys, at the end of the day, they are family. Genuine family, close family, not some third cousin, something like that. I think one of the most important things we can do is, and this is something that I think about too, I asked, well, this is kind of a leak. When I was interviewing Adam 22, which I have an interview with him dropping relatively soon, where I interview him, I asked him about how he was friends and very close with a lot of these rappers during the SoundCloud era and maybe prior to 2020. He got close to them and a lot of them passed away. And I think about it, how many people have you had that were really close to you that just died? And they weren't even living a lifestyle where you thought they were going to die. Like, they weren't in crime, they weren't shooting at people. That's what happened to a lot of these rappers that overdosed. But now, crime's going crazy. We're seeing rappers like PNB Rock had no reason to actually be killed. He didn't have beef with any of these people. They just saw it as an opportunity, and now they're willing to kill to take items. So getting close to these rappers, if you're friends with them, think about how much grief those people are experiencing. And a lot of people think, oh, it's great to be in the industry. I'm like one of y'all. I'm not in no damn industry. I'm cooling with you guys. But they think it's cool, like, oh, yeah, this person knows all these rappers. They're friends with all these artists. Yeah, I mean, is it cool when they're losing someone close to them multiple times a year and their lives are being taken away from them? That's not something I envy in any capacity. But let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Hopefully we get justice. There have been people speaking to the police. This is one of those things where I feel like it's going to get complicated between street politics and actual police work being done, because especially if it's someone close to them, they don't want that person to go to jail because it was an accident, but someone lost their life and justice needs to be served in that capacity. Even if it's just for negligence. Someone should not be armed if they're going to be that negligent. And if people that you're supposed to be safe around are up with guns, I think it's become a culture. The culture of getting to shooting has gotten way, way too crazy. Because the threshold used to be much higher. For someone to pull out a gun, the threshold used to be relatively high. Like, oh, our lives are being threatened. People were down to scrap a little bit before guns were up. Now it seems like default mode is slight level of disrespect. Okay, guns get up. Somebody's getting shot. That is not good for anybody.
I felt that.
Somebody's going to jail. Somebody's either getting shot or dying. And Quavo's assistant is another person that got shot. So here's another person that you gave an opportunity to. He's your assistant. And now he's in the hospital recovering, traumatized. His mom probably traumatized from a gunshot wound. And it's not because of Quavo. I don't even know that to be the case yet. But one of the things that I saw in one of the video clips was when Quavo was saying, oh, I'm not even trying to do this. Like, I don't want to hurt somebody. It's the phrases like that. I don't know why certain people talk like that. It's completely unnecessary words to use. You know how it's going to feel, especially if you're in an environment where it's all guys. Well, it would probably even be worse if it was an environment where it's guys and girls. But it's an environment of all guys. You don't need to say more than, hey, I'm not trying to do this. Like, let's get out of here. To say, I don't want to have to hurt somebody, you're putting someone with even a moderate level of pride and ego to think, oh, what's that mean? And I'm not saying that has anything to do with the situation escalating, but I just don't think that's a proper way to talk to people in any capacity, unless you're willing to pretty much throw everything away. So let me know what y'all think in the comments. Like and subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you enjoyed. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Thank you for watching. Peace. And also, one of the last points that I wanted to make, I don't want to edit this into before the outro part of the video, is a lot of people are saying, oh, rappers just need to do that. Go here, and then go home, and then do this, and then go. This was supposed to be a safe event, number one. And number two, what fun is it if a rapper grinds so hard to make it out of the hood, to get into a great position, and now their life is constrained even more than before they made it. Now they have to go from hotel directly to show, directly back to hotel. They can't even have a good time anymore or live like normal people because somebody may die. And I really wonder how how this psychologically impacts other rappers. Do they think, oh, this could be me, or do a lot of them think, that's just a one-off? Because it's been a lot of coincidental one-offs where rappers are being killed. And to have that job, man, like I said, I don't envy it. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about the situation. And short, otherwise I'd be here for another 20 plus minutes, which, yeah, I'm not trying to hear that. Let's keep it real.
Right.
Hey, like movements like America First. When I look at like the very far right movements, I think that they are some of the shining examples of diversity because you people include so many different types of white people and even Hispanic people, even black people.
So
and
the
all
only
are
thing,
under the
the only
same
thing
umbrella
with
as,
that,
like being American.
what I will
think
say with
cool.
that is, I think that the only way that we can have these kinds of competing cultures in which people aren't at each other's throats is through unity in Christ. Because essentially everything else is division. I mean, you go to a church, you can have people next to one another, whether they're trans, even trans, I guess, and like black people, Asians,
right.
everybody, we're all like commonly worshiping
They're not commonly
Christ.
worshiping. You're
How so?
Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I was part of my archdiocese in Omaha. Different Catholic churches fucking hated each other. You're not telling me that all Catholics, half the Catholics right now hate the fucking Pope. Who's the Direct Center Peter?
That's.
How do you?
I don't agree with that. I'm a Pope. I'm a Pope defender.
But a lot of Catholics
Pope
are,
nationalist.
Right? So if you have a division, and this is a guy that has the closest you can get to a fucking holy mandate from God.
True.
And half the Catholics hate that
Stephen
guy.
Bonnell,
Yeah,
Catholic art. Well, why
like,
not?
So if you can't even get Catholics to agree on the fucking Pope, how are you going to tell me the Catholic people are the ones who are going to unify?
Yeah, a lot of that division is because of like the liberalization of the church and kind of leaving things open for individual churches and not following the mandate that the Pope has set. I think we should all follow the guidance of the
they follow
Pope.
some mandates.
And so again, I think a lot of that is due to liberalism as well. Protestantism is the epitome of liberalism, where it says be your own
liberal
church.
government, and then we need a state. Oh my God, state monarchy. What do you guys push for?
State monarchy.
Or like, isn't Fuentes like a monarchy guy?
I'm not Fuentes.
You sound just like him. I know you're Fuentes.
I'm not Fuentes. Fuentes hates me, actually.
Wait, who are you? What's your name again?
Carson Wolf.
Oh, you post on the? Are you one of those guys?
What do you mean?
I try to keep track of all the different names in the group. I don't know who like is schismed off or.
Yeah, no, he doesn't like me very much. Yeah.
What do you guys disagree on? What was your splitting point?
I'm not very big on inceldom. I think it's a very unproductive thing, and I think we need to focus.
Are you going to give us a strong opinion right now?
On inceldom?
Is Nick gay? Oh no. Oh man. Okay, that's right. That's all I need to know.
No, I don't think so. I think that's he's a Catholic guy. So
that doesn't tell me anything more. If you know the history of the Catholic Church. And
whoa! Catholic people molesting people. It's almost like the sexuality of the people molesting is important. And there's more molestations in schools, but whatever.
I'll give you the last words. Like I'll give you the one.
Okay.
Final point.
Final point.
Yeah. Go.
On which subject?
Whatever subject you want.
I'm a big Destiny fan.
Okay.
Destiny, shake my hand, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. What's your name?
Lane.
Lane.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't have a lot of time, so I just kind of want to hear like your opinion on like why you think Joe Biden's like I just want to hear like why.
Yeah, sure. On the most macro, zoomed out level possible.
Yeah.
I think Biden came in trying to like cool the temperature on the American political conversation. And he promised he was going to be really effective at bringing the left and right together to kind of agree on things. And I think that his legislative accomplishments are very impressive so far. I think that the way that he's handled foreign policy has been pretty impressive so far. And I think the way that he's tried to like balance that line of being a president for everybody without like shitting on the Republicans constantly has been pretty impressive so far. So on the zoomed out level, yeah.
I'm not positive because I see like a lot of like very biased things. Didn't he say like the MAGA Republicans like kind of putting us all in a category away from everyone else,
Yeah, so I watched that entire speech. I would argue that he did something positive there and that he's not attacking all Republicans. He's trying to draw out and specify a very specific group of people. Now, obviously, if you belong to that group of people, which is a large amount of Republicans right now, you're going to feel like he's otherizing you.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to do in the United States right now about the large contingency of Republicans that think the election was stolen. It's like really difficult. Yeah.
If we're gonna go there, I don't think it was stolen.
Sure, but I think there's a large amount of like MAGA Republicans. There's a lot of candidates right now that are being supported that think the election was stolen, which is really scary.
I would say it wasn't 100%. Like I don't think it was stolen. I don't think the margin of like falsified votes is big enough to
change the results of the election. I think Biden was going to win whether or not. I think the hatred towards Trump was so large that whether or not there was any like meddling with the election, he would have gotten elected anyways. But oh shoot, what was I saying? But you think he's done an effective job of bringing the country together and putting everyone
as much as one president can. Yeah.
I honestly, I think he's done that in the way of making people dislike him. Like, you know, like do you think he's like fit for office, like mentally fit still?
I mean, like he definitely has some old guy problems, but I mean, like his record legislatively hasn't been incredibly impressive compared to Trump, who was a lot sharper, who got tax cuts, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was it.
I mean,
that was like a standard Republican bill, right?
I genuinely, and you know, if Trump, I'm 18 now, so I couldn't have voted in the 2016 election.
Sure.
I probably would have voted for Trump, but not because he was Trump, because he wasn't Clinton.
Sure. And Hillary Clinton was probably the only person that could have lost to Trump, so I'm not even age of that. But like, so here's a question. Given the opportunity to vote for like Trump or DeSantis, who would you go now if you could vote right now for a new president?
Oh, come on, man.
Or do you know anything about DeSantis? Or?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I mean, he's
probably see, this bothers me because I feel like DeSantis is the obvious answer.
I feel like DeSantis is I feel like he's more radical than Trump was. I feel like he was like...
Sure, but Trump was so fucking ineffective as a leader. Like, even, let's say I am a Republican and I like Trump.
Yeah.
He couldn't fucking do anything, right? I feel like Trump's major selling point when he came into office was, I'm a businessman, I'm going to get people together, corporate inversion, we're going to fix it, we're going to do everything.
Gas prices were as low as they could have been in, like, a long time. Our economy was as stable as possible.
Okay,
military-wise, we were very, very strong. You know, I like...
So, a couple of those things. So, one, our economy was strong.
Yeah.
But what was the building points of our economy? One was another huge tax cut. Two were huge deficit spends, massive budgets. I think some of the largest in American history until Biden came in. And then three was running historically low interest rates through his entire presidency, even though the economy was booming.
So you do think Trump was an awful president? Like he was?
I think that he was awful insofar as ideologically I was super opposed to him. But even if I was Republican, I would feel like he's awful because he didn't fucking get anything done. He didn't get any legislative accomplishments. He had both halves of the fucking Congress and the president.
I think he also had a very crippled candidacy. Like his administration was very crippled. Like you had COVID for 2 years or like a year and a half.
COVID was and then even a full year of his presidency towards the end.
It's like a year and a half-ish. Like, because it was like the end of 2019 and then all of 2020.
My time has completely been eroded by COVID. That definitely fucked him up a bit. Although his handling of that was also pretty cringe. Like, even if we agree there's more or less he could have done, like, him getting on and be like, oh, we only have 6 cases here, guys. Like, everything's okay. Like, really?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm arguing so much that that Trump was a good president as I am Biden is a bad president. Like,
do you think something is like, so do you think Biden is bad insofar as he's ineffective or you're ideologically opposed to him?
I think he's ineffective. You know, I feel like if Trump was in office, the Ukraine crisis would not be going on.
How can people think that though?
I think it was very powerful, and I think he wasn't scared to do shit. Like, you know, like I feel like Biden is just like standing by and letting Ukraine do their shit. Like,
okay. Firstly, Trump was the most we have ever undermined NATO since its inception. Trump constantly shit on NATO.
I'm not trying to argue like Trump is like a great president.
Well, no, but I'm just saying like insofar as like supporting another country in a global conflict, I don't know if the guy that undermines NATO as much as Trump did would be the guy to come to like Ukraine's defense, like when Russia is threatening to invade. And I'm only basing that off of like, if I think of the other Trump like foreign policy accomplishments, like all of his skirting with North Korea was embarrassing. We didn't really get any concessions from them. They got a bunch of photo ops. I feel like pulling out of the Iranian nuclear deal was bad.
I guess I'm just like confused. What genuinely has Biden done? Like what is he?
I feel like bringing all of the countries together under NATO to support Ukraine. I feel
what has that done for the American people?
Well, I mean, Ukraine is about Ukraine and the U.S. hegemony over the world. That's not going to be for the American people. For the American people, we'd have to look at like, I would say legislatively, I would say like the coronavirus relief stuff, especially those child tax credits, boosting that to $33,000 a month to $3,600 or $3,000 a year, $3,600 a year.
Okay, I come from a family of a nurse practitioner, and then my father works at UTD.
Sure.
And they both make okay-ish money. They make pretty good money.
Yep.
But we didn't get anything from the stimulus because, like, my mom had to pay for her student loans, but they don't look at that. They don't look at our debt. They don't look at our payments and stuff like that. They look at the price tag. They look at how much you make.
Sure, but if you said your parents are both working at a hospital.
No, my mom works at a hospital. My dad works at a UTD. like University of Texas at Dallas.
Okay. I mean, if they make like pretty good money, they probably don't need much of that.
Well, but we had car payments, we had mortgage payments, we have student loan payments for both my mom and dad. We had like I played sports. My brothers played sports. Like you have all these other.
Sure. I guess I don't know your family's particular situation, but I do know that in the United States, that the middle class like saved and took home more money over the coronavirus time period than they had like the prior year.
Yeah.
Like the amount of stimulus and everything given was unbelievable. The amount of people that were working from home that weren't spending money on like services and stuff, like the average savings of middle class Americans was absolutely huge. And then for the most part, and then especially even people on like unemployment insurance were making it like crazy because of all the stimulus given. It might be that maybe your parents was like a very unlucky like minority percentage and somehow got screwed, but like I feel like a lot of people made off like pretty well.
I think there was a lot of gray area in that legislation. Like his idea was like there was a lot of gray area because I had a friend whose mom worked as a nurse anesthetist, but she was technically her own boss, so she could file independent, didn't have to file a lot of her tax. She basically committed tax fraud, but she got a lot of money from the stimulus check because she filed.
Oh, because you can also apply for the
small
PPP.
business. Yeah,
which was also like a huge boon to keeping a lot of people employed and getting a lot of money back to people. But which was good.
Yeah, but for those people that take advantage of it. And
you should. I fought for the PPP. Yeah, it's there for Americans to take advantage of, right?
I guess so. There's like people like us who like sat there and were like, okay, but you make way more money than me, and you're getting.
I'm sorry, that was on me.
It wasn't fair.
Sure, but I feel like for unemployment insurance was huge. There was a lot of people that were like, sure, but there were a lot of people making more money on UI. Throughout some of the coronavirus pandemic than they'd even been making while they were working. Like that was why some Republican governors wanted to like aggressively start cutting it because they were worried that was contributing to the really, I think it was high unemployment. People were worried that they weren't filling job openings because the unemployment insurance was so high.
I guess I want to change gears more to like
go for it.
Like Biden's like mental health, I guess.
Okay.
Like I mean, look at like. There are videos of him like shaking hands with nobody, like looking around, no idea where he is. Secret Service has to guide him where to go. Like, I don't know how you can have a fit president who has like the mental stability of a 9-year-old man.
He's a wanderer for sure. He gets a little lost sometimes. But if I look at his like actual legislative accomplishments, his foreign policy accomplishments, it seems like
so much him though, or is it his administration? Is it
whatever, dude? A man is only as good as the people he surrounds himself with. Trump should know that he's a businessman, right?
Yeah.
If anything, I would be more embarrassed that Trump got less done than like the senile dude who's like walking around like bumping into walls sometimes.
Okay, well, Trump, I feel like his plans were not so much one term. He was his ideas were like he started building the wall. He started like doing all this stuff. He didn't expect to get that done in 4 years. He wanted it done in 8 years. He was and then after that, it wasn't so much like he wanted to get all of this stuff because he had a lot of promises, he had a lot of ideas that he wanted to get done.
But he also, I think Trump probably had more excuses than any other president that I've ever seen in my life. He blamed Congress. He blamed the people around him. He constantly backstabbed people in his inner circle, people in his legislative circle.
Was the news really on his side? Like
forget the news. I'm talking about people that he chose to work with, that he ended up backstabbing, that he ended up like throwing aside, that he ended up hating. His relationship with his personal lawyer Cohen was a disaster. People around him getting arrested by the FBI.
Anything after 2020 is like a blur, bro.
I know. He's having a lot of problems with people around him. He kept blaming the swamp, but it's like, damn, dude, these are your own fucking people. At some point, you got to take responsibility for who you're surrounding yourself with, right? Like,
I would say his stuff was more long term, though.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it was so much short term. Like, it wasn't like Biden stuff.
Well, maybe he'll have another 4 years coming up to get back. Maybe he'll have another 4 years coming up to get back on track. Maybe.
I'm not voting for that dude.
So you would vote for DeSantis?
I don't know if I'd vote for either of them.
Why?
Like, in the primaries, like I would.
Who do you think you'd vote for? Who do you lean towards?
I want Crenshaw to run. I don't know if he is though. I haven't heard anything about it. I want Crenshaw. I like my family. I have veterans in my family and stuff. I like his policies. I think like.
Okay, I'm just curious. A personal question. Because you have veterans in your family.
Yeah.
Did the comments that Trump made about veterans not bother you at all?
What do you mean?
The comments he made about McCain.
What did he say?
So when he was running during the primaries, and I guess you would have been like fucking 14 or 13,
yeah.
huh? Okay, sorry. So
I was a freshman.
In high school, yeah. So there were multiple statements Trump made where every time he made them, everybody in America was like, there's no way he's going to make it because this is like horrible. But he still did. He made comments about McCain. You're familiar that like McCain was a prisoner of war and all of that, like tortured, like couldn't raise his arm above, like Trump was making fun of McCain, saying like I prefer the guys that didn't get captured.
Well,
isn't that kind of fucked up? If you're like
a little bit, I guess, but I mean, Biden said if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. So like,
but that was obviously a misspeak. Trump was clearly like,
how is that a misspeak? What did he mean by that?
He probably meant that like if you're part of the black community, you'll support me. That's probably what he meant.
Yeah,
If you listen to the full
because if you don't vote for him, then you're not black.
True.
That's what you're saying.
Exactly, you're not part of that. Well, I don't think it's not going to be like the comic where you like the girl like turns white after Biden like sucks her blackness out of the fucking
What?
internet meme comics. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a comic where the girl didn't vote for Biden. He comes up and he like touches her head and she turns white. I think she didn't vote for him, but
Well, that might happen. Yeah.
okay, any final thoughts? Go for it. I want to keep you
I guess I
compliant.
just want to know the gun law.
Gun control is boring. I'm generally pro guns. I just had to pick a gun control topic for this.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I think I would be okay with like modernizing the ATF a little bit, and then like making it so private sales had to still fill out like the 4473s.
Do they not?
They don't. So like when you bought a gun before?
Yeah.
When you go to buy a gun, you don't have to fill out those ATF forms. If I were to sell you a gun, you wouldn't have to fill out a form.
Yeah, but if that gun were to be like if anyone were to backtrack that gun, I would get arrested for having an illegal firearm because it's not registered to me. It's registered to you.
No, I don't think you don't have to register it. That's the whole point. Am I wrong on that?
If you sold me the gun, it's registered under your name because you're the private owner.
Well,
of
if
it.
I sell it to you, I think.
So you're.
I should know specifically how.
So,
like, if I buy a gun and I fill out the form and then I sell you a gun, I don't have to document that with the federal government at all.
You don't. But if I were to say I get pulled over and the gun is in my car, and they run the registration back and the serial number, it'll come back to your name and I'll get arrested because it's not a registered firearm to my name. I can't.
Wait, I'm almost positive you can't do that. That's how private sales work, right? Because you don't fill out a federal form.
But you don't have a form of private sale. All they know it's your gun and it's my possession.
Well, we would fill out like a sale, but we don't have to do like the federal background check to do it, right?
I'm pretty sure. No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. It's illegal. You can't.
Well, no, it's not illegal.
No. What I'm saying is like
Jeff, where are my big gun guys? Oh fuck.
I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure if I were to get pulled over, say you sell me a 9mm.
Yeah, I can sell you a firearm. I don't ever have to record that with the federal government. I just make a sale, record it, and then I'm good.
And then I'm pretty sure if you get pulled over and they check.
No, this is the whole reason why people want to close the private. That's the private sale loophole.
Really?
Is that you can sell firearms between private citizens without
Holy
any tracking of
shit,
the federal government.
bro.
That's what people say when they mean like close the private sale loophole.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I don't have any problem with that, like registering it with the government, I guess.
Okay.
But that's your only problem with
Generally, yeah. I'm pretty pro guns. I like
So
guns.
you just said that to be like...
To be provocative, I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's me.
All right, man. Yeah, thank you. I gotta get going.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, man. Hey, Destiny, good to meet you.
Hey, how's it going? What's your name?
Patrick.
Patrick. I'm Steven.
Pleasure.
Yeah, cool.
I don't think Joe Biden's been a good president. Is this good distance?
Yeah, right into your mouth. Try to speak kind of loudly because we don't have a speaker now, so people can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think Joe Biden's been a good president.
Okay.
I'm by no means a Trump fan. But I think I have a standard in all of my leaders that I want them to actually solve a problem they purport to want to solve.
Okay.
And I think Joe Biden has intentionally done the opposite of that in a lot of different aspects.
Gotcha.
We could take student debt. We could take marijuana. We could take inflation. We could take infrastructure.
Yeah, so for student debt, he's trying to do $10,000 of loan forgiveness, or $20,000 if you didn't qualify for Pell Grant, which I think he's trying to figure out what he can forgive as being the president from the Department of Education. But I don't know how much more he can do without like some sort of legislation from Congress. Because I think even the current student loan forgiveness is being challenged by, I think, plaintiffs here in Texas even. But yeah.
So I guess what I would say in response to that is I think when we elect someone to be a president, they're the leader of this whole country. And they have a massive bully pulpit. And they can use their voice, their office, their influence with Congress members, all of their contacts to push for better legislation.
Yep.
Right now, I haven't seen a proposal from him to address anything that has to do with the colleges themselves. He's only talking about it from the loan perspective. So let's say that the Republican challenge to his student loan crisis gets thrown out in court and the $10,000 or $20,000 gets forgiven.
Yep.
In 2 years, we'll still have the exact same amount of debt that we had if that happens. Because he's not doing anything to address the underlying increasing cost of college for students.
So
he's only solving a little part of a problem, and everyone feels great about it, but in 2 years, we're going to have the exact same problem.
Yeah, so I can understand the frustration of it not being a permanent solution. So here's what I would say. If Biden had a 10 or 15 vote lead in the Senate, do you think the legislative agenda would look a lot different?
Yes, but I also think it's on the president to inspire the country behind getting that kind of congressional mandate, and I don't think Joe Biden is a president that can't do that. So it is on him, I think, in some aspects, that he's not able to get these mandates.
So I would partially agree, but the only issue is I think you have to be very careful. People always talk about the bully pulpit and that the president can force people in one way or another. And the president can, but that can backfire as well. And if the president starts leaning really hard into all of these districts that might be at risk for the next election, and we end up losing seats over like student loan forgiveness. I think that wouldn't be the way to go. I think so far legislatively, I think Biden has been more successful than honestly anybody thought he ever would be, especially 2 years into his administration. I don't know if he's got that much wiggle room where we barely have the Senate, where the House is at risk to start taking very powerful and strong positions on relatively controversial topics that are helping, no offense, but a group of Americans that barely even vote, right? We're talking about student loan forgiveness. So on the student loan forgiveness, I think it's amazing that he's even floating the idea of that 10 or 20,000 of forgiveness. I think it's actually, you can apply for it as of either today or yesterday. I don't know how the challenges going through to the Supreme Court will work, but it's cool that he did what he could. Maybe he could force Congress on some things more, but I think you need more comfortable margins to do that. Like, if you really want to be a bully, not like, I'm going to bully you on this, and then people like Benjamin and are like, oh, okay, well, you want to bully me? I'm going to go ahead and not do that then and get reelected, and you're going to lose your majority. And it's like, okay, well, fuck, maybe that wasn't the best idea.
So I think there's something else here, is that Joe Biden has the opportunity to... so Joe Biden canceling the student debt, if he were to go further and start to make reforms to the actual college system in as many ways that he could, I'm not sure that that would be increasingly unpopular with Americans that don't like student debt. Think of it like this. Senator Rick Scott is a Republican from Florida. Once Joe Biden announced that he was going to be canceling this $10,000 and $20,000 debt cancellation, he came out with something called the College Act, which was going to target university endowments, limit the amount of administrators they were to add on each year, and puts a cap on like administrator to student population levels so that doesn't get out of control. And that's honestly where a lot of our money goes. And Joe Biden and the Democrats haven't given that any words, haven't even addressed it, and Speaker Pelosi won't take it to the floor. Joe Biden could pressure Speaker Pelosi to take it to the floor. And then he would be able to have a college solution that combines a Democratic policy and
but the issue is,
policy.
Do you really want to
be broadly popular and solve more of the issue? But
firstly, well, I don't know if it'd be broadly popular. First, we don't know the answer to that because it's going to depend on what the reform specifically look like. But then secondly, is anything like half the stuff coming out of the House is probably going to be DOA as soon as it hits the Senate. You're not going to, it's going to be done on arrival, right? Like, it's not.
If we combined a Republican and a Democratic policy prescription for college that they were able to agree on, you think that would be dead on arrival once it exited the House?
Yeah, I think, one, I don't think people care that much about it right now because the economy is like front and center. And then two, I still think Republican and Democratic visions aren't fully aligned on what college should look like in the United States. I think that once, because what you, and now I haven't seen Rick Scott's plan, so I could be wrong, but what you told me sounds
I might have a picture.
Well, sure, yeah, but it sounds like a standard Republican plan of like, let's cut colleges, let's cut down administrators, let's cut costs. And I don't know if at the end of the day that ultimately serves the average American student in terms of like, we're cutting costs by like basically downsizing administrative staff and potentially even college campuses. I don't know if that's a good thing for like the average student yet.
So I'm involved with student government here. I know very well what it takes and the financial requirements it takes to run a university, especially of this size. The reason I brought up Scott's plan is because when I looked at it, I didn't feel like it did typical Republican cost cutting. Sure. It was targeting endowments and out of control administrator to student ratios, which makes sense and are responsible for a lot of the prices increases we've seen right now. Every student here is paying roughly 4 times as much as their parents paid for the same college education. So right? that increase has come somewhere.
No, yeah,
and
definitely.
We have to be honest, and we need to tackle that issue if we're going to talk about student debt. I think the two are intertwined.
Yeah, they might be. We're getting off of Biden here. I don't actually think student cost is a problem. I don't think college cost is a problem in the United States. I know that it's a really common talking point. Other people say that the cost of a degree has ballooned massively, and it has. But like the awards conferred on income for people that get degrees has also like increased massively. Like one of the largest growing causes of wealth inequality in the United States is how valuable having a college degree is. And I can understand that like people see the high cost of the degree and they think, wow, this is bullshit. But like a lot of these people are going on to earn, I think the average is $1 million over a lifetime of difference between a standard 4-year degree holder versus some high school, where high school is like, I think the median wage is like $36,000 to $37,000 a year. And I think for a 4-year degree, it's like $57,000 or $58,000 a year is like and these are just the medians. So I understand that people like to talk about college and the cost of college a lot, but like this idea that there's like this huge, people always talk about like the student debt crisis. And it's like, well, what is the debt crisis? Like, there's a lot of student degree holders that have debt, but like the majority of these people are going on to get like really well-paying jobs in the United States and are doing way better than like the working class American that only has high school debt.
So here's what I'd say in response to that. If we're only taking a look at the benefits you get from a college degree after you get out of college, and you're saying that those benefits excuse the high cost that you have to pay to get there, does that not prevent people who aren't able to pay for those high costs from getting to that good endpoint we want everyone to get to? And if you have a college system where the government is only helping out previous borrowers, not doing anything for future borrowers, and not doing anything to address the underlying cost, you're making it prohibitively difficult for lower income Americans to get into colleges and then reap the rewards of having a college degree throughout your career.
Yeah, so that's something I absolutely agree with. I mean, college is already engaged in a huge amount of price discrimination where not very many people pay like the actual sticker cost for tuition because there's all sorts of grants. There's all sorts of like individual, like you've got like Pell Grants and stuff. You've got subsidized federal loans. Aside from all that, though, I'm going to agree with you that like if there is a capable student, like cost should never be the reason why they don't go to college. That's like the worst thing for everybody. It's bad for the students, bad for the country. It's bad for literally everybody involved. That being said, I don't know if reducing the cost of all of college by axing a ton of administrators is the answer, or finding ways to make education more affordable for that particular group of people is the answer.
Yeah, and I think maybe there's a nuanced discussion to be had about that. I wish Joe Biden were having that discussion.
Yeah, but like right now, can you imagine Joe Biden coming out like, well, we're going to talk about student loan debt, and everybody's like, okay, well, gas is still high, and inflation is crazy, and the stock market is crashing, and he's like, well, but student loans.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I mean,
do.
President can have a lot of policies.
I don't think so.
You previously complimented how much you thought Joe Biden had done legislatively.
One thing at a time, though, right?
Well, did he do one thing at a time?
Yeah,
because
I think generally.
Inflation Reduction Act was an offshoot of the Build Back Better, which was at the beginning. That's also when he was doing the COVID bailout under his administration. He's done quite a few things at the same time.
Well, I don't know how to say this.
I think the president should be able to multitask.
It's not the president multitasking that's the problem. I think the issue is the American people, right? Like, it's very, very hard to get the American public to care about more than, like, I think, like, two or maybe three big issues. And like, for instance, something that Biden talked about a bit while he was running is something that used to be really important to Americans that nobody thinks about right now is immigration. No, but not a single person right now is like, we need to talk about immigration a lot. Now it's like inflation, economy, and then maybe like foreign policy with like Ukraine, and then maybe residual stuff with like COVID or the incoming like inflation or whatever. I think the economy is like where people are centered at. I do agree that like a president should push on multiple things. The only thing that I would like to stress people, because they always compare him to like prior, they'll compare it to Biden to like prior administrations like JFK or whatever, and say like, oh, well, look at everything he was able to do, look at everything he was able to do. It's like, okay, these people had huge margins in Congress. I think that Biden has to play this incredibly carefully, like sitting at 50 votes in the Senate, to where if he leans too hard on something, it's going to be like disastrous. Like, I know people have been saying that he should bully pulpit, well, you brought that up before, and a lot of people said we need to primary out like Manchin, we need to send him out of here. And when you look at like the gains for support, I think Manchin he gained more support in his district than any other, I think, politician in the United States. Like 36 points of like increased approval in his district because of like how the people there like the way that he's representing them. So I think that I agree that it's nice for the president to push on policy issues, even if he can't like necessarily write legislation or pass it himself. But I think we have to be very careful and strategic in choosing which battles we fight. And right now, the inflation one is like what's on everybody's mind, and this impending, looming recession that maybe has already started, or maybe won't start, or maybe is coming, or maybe won't. Yeah.
So okay, I get that. Can you tell me what Joe Biden is doing about inflation if he's a good president?
So the inflation thing is really hard. Right now, it's the primary mechanism we have to counter that is the Federal Reserve, which the president can appoint head to, but can't really mandate policy.
He reappointed Jerome Powell.
Yeah.
Who was Trump's guy.
Yeah. The second thing is I think he's been trying to do different things to push on gas prices. So one, I think, was trying to negotiate with OPEC so that they wouldn't raise prices anymore.
How did that turn out, though?
Probably not that well. I don't know how much that would impact things. I don't know how much the power the president has to tell OPEC not to do things. He also tweeted out for gas companies not to raise their prices. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but I don't really know in terms of inflation. That seems like a Federal Reserve thing, and then kind of like an international trade policy, like huge trade policy thing to do. I don't know what the president on his own can so handily do to deal with inflation.
Okay, so I do think you're correct in that.
I will actually. I'll make one semi-concession to you. Arguably, the president could have contributed to inflation in the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic when we did a whole bunch of stimulus, and he was definitely like championing that. So you could say that was the way that he kind of like drove inflation. Although I would argue that was kind of needed because we don't want to like completely destroy the entire world by not having the United States economy standing anymore. But yeah, but okay, go ahead.
Again, so I will say one thing specifically on oil prices. I think people vastly underestimate the president's ability in negotiating and being the sole representative of U.S. foreign policy in the price of oil. So right now, OPEC Plus, Saudi Arabia, Russia, all of them together, are going to cut production by 2 million barrels a day and are going to drastically increase the price of oil. that is going to harm everyday Americans even more and contribute to inflation. Not only gas in your cars, gas to heat your homes, all that kind of stuff.
Food that's carried on diesel trucks that run on gas and everything, yeah.
It's so true. So Joe Biden can't demand them, say, hey, lower the price, or I'm going to do this legislative fix to lower the price of oil. He can't do any of that. Something he could do, though, is he could unilaterally withdraw or increase the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Saudi Arabia. He could stop funding the Saudi intervention in Yemen. Right now, Iran is facing massive domestic protests. The regime has a drastic domestic threat to its legitimacy. If Joe Biden were to signal that the U.S. military were going to stop being so dependent, or not making the Saudi military so dependent on the U.S. military, and start to withdraw some of that support, that would embolden Iran and show that the Saudis need us more than we need them. That's a way where a president can actually shift the dialogue himself, being a good president, taking affirmative action to shift the conversation and lower oil prices now, which is a plausible way. Presidents have done it before. H.W. Bush did something similar to this, right? So that's the unique ability presidents have, which I think is unique to good presidents, which Joe Biden has a clear lack in being able to.
I don't know if making so there's the politics within OPEC, where sometimes even individual OPEC, like Saudi Arabia has fought with other OPEC countries in the past, where it's like, hey, we should lower production, and they try to, other companies or other countries won't, because it's hard within OPEC to even control like who's producing how much oil, and if one country thinks they can fuck over other OPEC countries by continuing production, they won't always follow suit. So even within
it's
OPEC,
a shitty global monopoly.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Even within OPEC, it's kind of hard for them to fuck everybody over to collude a little bit sometimes. Secondly, though, when it comes to would I want the United States to be threatening Saudi Arabia or the Middle East with lack of military support because of policy that they're writing relating to oil production? I think that's a really scary world to get in. I think that we get into weird areas. I understand that that's definitely a thing the president could do, but I feel like there could be a lot of downstream ramifications from that, where either those countries just don't work with the U.S. as much anymore in the future. We start to weaken relationships there, which is obviously really important to
We're
us.
also becoming increasingly more reliant on renewable forms of energy. Saudi Arabia doesn't have anything to do with the production of nuclear energy.
Sure.
Or the mining.
But I would say that I think don't we get like isn't it like don't we get less than 5% of our oil from OPEC? Is that right?
Yes, but also because oil.
Yeah, no, 5% change here could influence other prices.
Yeah, so if they were selling to India, for example, we or someone else would do that, and then.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So it's not just like if they cut it off our price of raising 5%, it would be if there would be downstream price for sure. Yeah, for sure. But it seems like if we were to wait, fuck, what did I just ask you? They don't make that much of a contribution to the United States foreign policy. I don't know if our position right now in the Middle East is based solely on worry about oil. Maybe like 20 years ago could have been, but especially with the growing renewables, I feel like we're more interested in kind of like the geopolitical going on of things in the Middle East or allies there, just like holding on to Saudi Arabia because they're their oil partner. So, man, that's always kind of been like the money question for you as a proposal request. What about your thoughts? So I think in some senses we won. I think in some senses this gets into like a whole other thing, but like I think the United States is a little bit worried about like a unified like Iran, Iraq, Syria thing, where all three of them are kind of like working harmony together because of the threat there are other allies in the region, right? Like Iran obviously funds across the Middle East and their troops that we would be opposed to, like Hamas and Hezbollah, that represent threats to allies like Israel. So I think in some sense the United States wants to have strong allies that can protect their allies in the region because of like the geopolitical interests in general of that region, whether it's because of what's going on in Russia, whether it's because of oil pipelines that move into the Mediterranean through Israel. But like I think that there's more going on there than just like we want the oil.
Do you really think though that if Iran were to suddenly attack Israel, that Saudi Arabia would be the one to do it?
I don't think it's so much Iran attacking Israel. I think it's so much that like if we have strong U.S. partners in the region, like I think Israel would be a little bit nervous if like Saudi Arabia and Iran were like we're actually super cool with each other now. But like I think they would probably be not as comfortable with that, right? Whereas like in Iran and Saudi Arabia that are kind of like battling with each other and shooting drones at each other. I think Iran what like Lincoln lines in that strait between them and like trying to bomb Saudi Arabian oil refineries and stuff, which they did a few years ago with some drone attacks. They were all like working together and happy with each other. I don't even know what the future of the Middle East would be. It'd probably be crazy because then that would change like the entire conflict in Yemen and everything too.
It certainly carries tremendous.
And then there's also like the Russia question in terms of like how they intersect with the Middle East as well. Like I'm sure that we like the the United States would have been happy to see Assad deposed because one, we would get a regime that's more friendly to the United States, and two, we would get a regime that's less friendly to Russia, right? Putting our ships in Tartus and everything. Not having that regime there would have been a good thing for us, and a bad thing for Russia. But yeah, it's hard to know when you ask me, like, what is, and this isn't your fault, like, it's a good question, like, what is the U.S. long-term strategy in the Middle East? That's like a really complicated question. We don't always know sometimes, based on how the United States asks what the mission is supposed to be over there, yeah.
We've done a lot of messing up over there for the past 20 years. We've tried to come up with a unified
Well, and some good things too, but yeah, go.
The only thing I would say is that I think that Joe Biden has unique abilities to play around the global chessboard.
Sure.
And what I feel right now is happening is that he's getting played.
By who? Or like, what's like one? I'm curious. Like, what is besides the Saudi Arabia? Like, what's one thing where you think like Biden should do this like internationally, like where you don't like Russian folks or whatever?
Yeah. So number one, I think that his handling of the Ukraine crisis has been. I haven't really appreciated his leadership in that position.
Really? When I talk about Ukraine all day, every day, but this is like the issue I know the most about. So yeah, go for it.
I support all U.S. should absolutely support the Ukrainians defending their territory. I think what has happened though is Joe Biden has let U.S. foreign policy establishments concede to a worldview where Ukraine will not accept a peace deal under any circumstances. Ukrainians genuinely want to retake Crimea.
Yeah.
Now, I know Crimea has historically been part of Ukraine, okay? But there also are lots of Russian speakers there, and Russia's not going to let that abuse. It is their sovereign territory.
Well, but it isn't.
It isn't.
Yeah.
Also, nuclear power who has been inflicting death and destruction on the Ukrainians for the past 6 months now. If there is a world in which we could get Ukraine and Western recognition of Crimea as Russian, they pull out of Kherson. There's no more. They're literally taking Ukrainian buses of little girls and boys into Russia to repopulate the Russian buses.
Yeah, but is that fair to tell Ukraine like you just give up that?
When you have nuclear weapons on the table that are increasingly being talked about, what Joe Biden says, we're under the largest threat of nuclear Armageddon in, what did he say, like half a year or something like that? That is a very scary world, and if we have to concede that Russia gets to keep Crimea or the Luhansk People's Republic, which is like 120 square miles, if that's what it costs to decrease the tensions of nuclear war and to prevent the further killing of Ukrainians,
well, but like, isn't that, not to bring out like the World War II argument, but like, isn't this just appeasement? Like, who's to say that Russia will just continue to do this in the future over and over
did
again?
JFK not appease the Soviet Union when he took U.S. long-range missiles out of Turkey? I think all international arrangements have some degree of appeasement.
I think there's a different type of appeasement versus like we're going to remove missiles from someplace, or for instance with like the reunification of Germany, we're not going to put like military installations in East Germany. That's different than like I see that you conquered some territory, my good sir, and maybe you can keep that because you have nukes. Like, doesn't that set a really weird precedent?
If they
because
were
Russia's
to
already
leave the other areas, though.
Well, but then they do
nuclear
Crimea.
weapons also are fundamentally change the calculus. Because if we push Putin into a position where he feels that his position as head of the Russian government is threatened, or that the Russian people feel that they are threatened by increased NATO intervention or something like that, that creates the situation for miscalculation.
Well, but we're creating that situation right now.
If happens, the world's gone like that.
Yeah, but so here's my issue. But I understand what you're saying, but I feel like your path puts us closer to that. Because there's a couple things that happen. One, if you're a non-aligned state, now you need to get nukes. Because if somebody wants to invade you, they're going to be allowed to. They get to keep your shit if they have nuclear weapons. Two, Russia already has a pattern of doing these exact type of actions. They did it when they killed away Transnistria from Moldova. They did it when they killed away the 2 independent territories now from Georgia. And now they're doing it where they're killing away territories of Ukraine. So, like, who's next? Are they going to go down and take stuff in Azerbaijan? Are they going to go east and take stuff in Eurasia? Like, Russia's got a pattern of doing this over and over and over and over and over again. And to let them continue on because they have nuclear weapons, it just seems like you're basically saying that, like, if you don't have nukes, like, you need to get them as soon as possible because, you know, you're going to be fucked with unless you're allies with a nuclear country like NATO would be, or you need to have it yourself because now you're going to get invaded, which I feel everybody racing towards nukes puts the world on a really dangerous path towards nuclear proliferation.
So, to some degree, I would agree. I would also point out that the Ukrainians are having a very successful resistance and are actually taking back territory.
In large part from the United States.
In large part. And I'm not saying we shouldn't, I mean, we've always said that we should keep some of them. But they haven't had to rely on the use of nuclear weapons in order to start taking back their territory.
For sure.
So I'm not sure that it's necessarily true that you need nukes in order to resist Russia.
What I'm saying is need nukes to have the right to resist Russia. Because it sounds like some of the messaging, I was like, they should give up Crimea. And it's like, well, if we had nukes, you wouldn't be telling us that. If we had nukes, Russia would never invade us, is the issue. That's what I'm thinking, right? I'm not saying they need nukes to defend themselves. I think they need nukes to never get invaded,
It's a privilege that nations that have nuclear weapons have. And nuclear weapons are the worst thing ever. I mean, they have to release them. We are living with oblivion over our heads.
Have you ever played League of Legends?
I don't.
Okay, it's worse than nukes, but go ahead.
Okay. And I still think that we should try to pursue a policy, and that the U.S. policy has been rather consistent on this for the past 70 years, that we don't want any more countries to have nuclear. We want to try to prevent that at all costs. I think that is a good policy. Yeah. But I do think that the fact of the matter is that humans fight each other, and we have a history of nuclear. Recognizing these assumptions, we should try to limit that as much as possible. If we are able to limit the continued suffering of the Ukrainian people, if we are able to create some sort of sustainable peace in the region, if we are able to allow Putin to save enough face where he doesn't feel like he needs to escalate this conflict anymore, and all that it requires is international concessions to a territory that has already been controlled by Russia since 2014, I don't think that's too big of a price.
Okay, I'll say one more thing. I'll give you the last one on this topic. I would say that I agree the fewest people having nuclear weapons possible is probably good, and we want to reduce the amount of conflict as possible. And I would say that the easiest way to reduce the amount of conflict is to understand that if you try to invade another country, you're going to lose. That the entire free world is going to come down on you. They're going to ship arms. They're going to help with the intel. They're going to do whatever they can to make sure that even if your country is big as Russia, and invasion might potentially fail because the rest of the world is standing against you, both with wars of tariffs and sanctions, and with like direct and indirect military systems. I think that's the best way to get people to stop constantly invading and bullying their neighbors like Russia seems to have doing. And then I'll give you the last one.
Oh, I'd like to agree with you on that. I really wish, and I hope that I can agree with you, because this situation is unfolding. If that ends up happening and we don't have a nuclear exchange, I will rejoice in being wrong, because that would make me so happy.
And I never have to worry about being wrong because if we all get nukes.
So I think it's a good place to end it. I just think.
Or maybe you give me like one other. What's like one other area you think that Biden could like maybe push harder on? He's not.
Marijuana. Literally, what? So nobody was in prison, federal prison.
There were like I think like 2,000.
No, 6,000 people had it on their records and got it expunged. So it made it easier for them to get jobs. No one was in prison for marijuana. So Joe Biden is in large part to blame for his 86 and 94 crime bills for the current war on drugs and mass.
Oh yeah, I would say he's in a large part to blame for the crime bill. Like I think the entire country was supporting the crime bill with that.
He wrote it though.
He wrote parts of it. So the Defense Against Women's Act was the big part that he was championing. And then I think like 3 Strike and everything got baked into it as well because people wanted like harsh on crime stuff.
He also, his office wrote the provisions that disproportionately penalized crack versus powder cocaine.
Sure, but those were provisions that were supported broadly by all of America.
He still wrote them.
Yeah, I know, but they probably needed to happen. Crack was destroying like so many communities in the United States. Yeah.
Joe Biden is the president of the United States. He is our nation's leader. I want to see someone who's going to stand up for principles, even if they're not popular.
But it's not a matter of
policy was super racist.
Wait, but the problem is crack was destroying black. Like the Congressional Black Caucus supported the crime bill. Like crack was destroying black neighborhoods all across the United States.
Yes, but his solution to lock everybody up in prison, I don't think was the best way to address that.
We can say that there were better ways to do it, maybe, but like you
can also better ways. Let's take a look at Portugal. You have decriminalization.
We didn't have the Portugal decriminalization. Also, the issue is if you look at
why didn't we lead? Because when you're saying Joe Biden's been a good president, you're saying he's a leader. Leaders have to go above and beyond.
The goal of the crime bill.
Leader of the most powerful nation in the world. They need to be better than all of us. They need to have good ideas.
The goal of the crime bill was to reduce crime, right? And if you look at homicides in the United States, you can look at them go up to like the early 90s and then woo, they fall off a cliff. Like
were there everyone in prison?
Sure.
Is that a state we want to live in? China doesn't have a.
Well, would you rather have people? Would you rather have like your neighbors in prison, or would you rather have them murdering you and setting your shit on fire?
I'd rather have a solution to address the people that have underlying conditions that lead to violence before we put them in prison.
And that would be amazing, but that's really hard to
share opportunities. Sure. That we don't have people getting put into cycles of crime.
Yeah, I agree.
That's not what Joe Biden did. He specifically left all of that and didn't address any of it. And just put people.
I don't think we even knew. We don't even know today how to do that. I don't know if we would have known back in the early 90s.
We know how. I think that's a very important difference.
I don't think we lack. I think there's genuine confusion. Like if I were to ask you how do we like fix crime in America, there's probably like 5 or 6 huge pillars that you need to start to dramatically change. We have to make dramatic changes in education, dramatic changes in criminal justice, dramatic changes in the organization of our cities, dramatic changes in how we do like transportation. Probably dramatic changes in how we support like single mothers and contraception and like there's like in all like every single one of these has to happen kind of simultaneously. Like if we just do, have you ever seen The Wire? I haven't. But okay, if we just do education, like dude, I am so sympathetic for teachers that when you go to school, these students come in, your job is already fucked. Because you've got kids coming in from like single families where their parents don't give a fuck. They've got to stay awake. Some of these people have to work for their families. Like, there's so little that the school can almost do at that point to like provide. They're already tuned out by the time they show up in the classroom. And then like, yeah, not to go on and on, but like, yeah, like, and I'm not to say that it's an intractable problem, but it's difficult. There's a lot that would have to be worked on in order to fix like why does crime happen in the United States.
I love that you said that. It's difficult. That's what I elect my president to do. To solve the difficult problems that we can't solve at any other level of government, and that no other office besides the presidency of the United States has the resources, capability, and manpower in order to solve. Joe Biden has that opportunity. He is given the greatest privilege that has existed in the entire history of humankind, and that he is the president and he controls the federal government and the bureaucracy of it. If he really wanted to assemble work groups for people to address those 6 different pillars, hey, what are 5 different solutions on how we could address this one pillar? Have people get together, weigh the pros and cons, have an open and honest conversation, and get not only congressional input, but public input, and really make an effort to address something like crime in America. I would look for Biden, I would tattoo Biden on my freaking forehead. That's not what he's doing. And to me, a good leader does those kind of bold things.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but the problem, the issue is that he is the president, but he's also only the president. I understand the desire for him to be like the leader on a lot of these issues, and he can lead like legislative pauses. But at the end of the day, I hope that people are aware that like, especially with the Congress as heavily divided as it is, especially representing the American people as heavily divided as they are, there's only so much the president can do. So I hope we continue to fight in the ballot box in these upcoming midterms and then the next election cycle, because I think that the current president that we have now, with 55 or 56 Democrats in the Senate and then still owning the House, that's a scary president. That's a guy that can get a lot of shit done. I think he's already got, I mean, regardless of your criticism, it's pretty surprising the amount of legislation he has so far under Biden. If we could get like, if we could widen our margins in Congress, I think we could get a lot done. And I hope that people at least recognize that.
Well, I've got class in a couple minutes, so why don't we leave it at that? Everyone go vote.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good day.
I keep my hopes and dreams. I thought they may come. I only didn't want to blow on my fucking face wall.
for a yellow bone, long hair stuck.
They put that back. 1,000 likes.
I beg.
Maar alleen omdat ik een omgekeerd kruisje heb, betekent niet dat ik een broertje heb. Dus ja. Dus gewoon Nederlands. Yes. Have you ever thought about cutting a slit in your eye? Bro, I have. Like, Jesus. Wait, let me show you. I was looking. I really want to do it, but I'm scared to do it. Ik ga een paar minuutjes voorbij. Kom zeggen, thank you. Werkt ze? Ik hoor het niet wat woord, maar werkt ze? Even kijken. Let's see. Let me think this. Wait. Eyebrow slit would look so sick. In my opinion, but yeah, I don't know. I'm too scared to do it.
And the fact that it's all over the teams
question is, well, we should determine whether, we should know my code is not okay? Sure. Let's determine that. Yeah. In order to, and so that's
Hyphen new site with hot girls red heart. Hyphen new site with hot girls smiling face with hard eyes. Hyphen new site with hot girls. Hyphen new site with hot girls red heart. Hyphen new site with hot girls smiling face with hard eyes. Hyphen new site with hot girls.
itself. It's not attached to the act because they transform into something different.
Okay, I'll give one more response and then I'll give you the last words and then we're going to go. So my main point is that I feel like we need to talk about the thing itself. So for me, I'm talking about the thing itself, the thing that I want to protect is the conscious experience, the ability to play with. Or we can talk about a more kind of nebulous topic of the potential to be potential of. And I feel like attaching the future potential of the thing to I feel like attaching future potential to a particular thing is a really hard thing to do, right? Because theoretically, like the future potential of the fetus of one cell is not the whole thing. But I feel like it's the process of things that you know, once you got it's hard to see that. But yeah, I feel like looking at the future potential is hard to say, well, that starts at this particular moment because now we're referring to a particular thing and not the actual future potential anymore. I feel like we're advancing in this information depending on where we want to see that. So I'd rather just look at the actual thing itself other than the conscious experience that I think we're generally concerned with. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we're talking about just the future potential, it's still attaching that we're still talking about the future potential of agency of some object itself, right? And so in order to talk about the future potential of the identified object, which we're talking about, which is not the interrupted yeah, it means but rather the fetus, which that's what so it's not that
get my ear inside a little bit. No, that's not.